Hello.
Oh,
Hi, Colleen.
hi.
Hi, Sal.
Oh, hey, Emily. Hi, everybody. It's good to see everyone. I'll be.
Okay, so I have a question for the group. I'm
Hello.
trying to live stream and it's
Hi,
only
Colleen.
showing me on the live stream.
Hi, Sal.
Hi, everybody.
Does anyone know how to fix that?
Colleen.
Yes.
You're very important, so maybe
Yeah.
that's why.
I don't know. It's just frustrating.
Have a pinning feature like this does? Maybe you're pinned.
Maybe. Let me see. I don't think so. No, I'm not pinned.
Do you have a little square box of like 3x3 squares?
Yeah, I see everybody, but on the live stream, the only camera on the live stream is me.
Hmm.
So I'm not sure why.
I'm on the live stream and I can see.
You can see everybody? Dr. Setna?
You're muted, Beirut.
Camera on the live stream is me.
You're muted, Beirut.
So I'm not sure why.
I'm on the live stream and I can see.
You can see everybody. It appears.
Oh, I saw Craig a
Okay, so
moment
people
ago.
in the live streams chat say that they can see everybody. So it looks like it's okay. The live stream is switching to the speakers. All right, good. So we're good. All right. Thank
Yes, the
you.
live stream
Thank you,
is
live
switching
stream
to
chat. The learning curve is just so fast.
So I
All
will
right,
now switch to mute so that only when I'm called I will speak. I guess so. I'll be here. Those were Dan's instructions.
I gotta admit, Colleen, that this is a little bit disappointing. I was hoping that you could just mouth along and just with different voices, so everybody, yeah.
I'll get my son's puppets. How about that? All right, we didn't reach 300, so I'm just going to admit people. There's a cap at 300, so we'll be fine. See what my email looks like. Sure.
Colleen, I have a question.
Yes.
Somehow or another, I'm in this meeting under my son's name. I don't know how, even though I joined on your link. I didn't get the passcode to work. Am I going to be okay to vote on a poll?
Yeah, you should be fine because you're in the meeting.
Okay.
So, yeah, you'll be able to see the poll when it pops up.
Not exactly sure how I got in here under Zach's name. And then
yeah,
the passcode didn't work, but okay.
So I'm going to change the passcode for the next meetings. And I just figured out that you can do that. So we can just set it for Senate and then it'll just make everyone's life easier. Very excited about that. Thank you, Kelly. I just saw your email.
Laura Miller just put in instructions on how to change the name in the chat.
Thanks, Laura.
So Colleen, you can just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm just checking my emails. There's so many emails. I think I'm just going to have to do that. Let me make sure everyone is in. It's 1:06, so I think we can I can run through roll call and just kind of keep going.
Okay, yeah, I'll officially call it to order first, and then go with roll call if you want. I guess just let me know when you're ready for me to call the meeting to order.
Let's do it.
Okay. Well, welcome to the October 16th meeting of the University of West Georgia Faculty Senate. This is, I think, experimental for all of us for multiple reasons. We're trying to figure out new technology. And of course, this is my first meeting as Faculty Senate Chair. In order to make sure that this meeting is conducted orderly, I sent out all the faculty senators a few requests for protocol yesterday. And so I'll just briefly run through some of those. Everyone's mic should be turned off. Before turning on your mic, please raise your hand. And if you think we're overlooking your hand, you can certainly type a message into chat, alerting us that we need to recognize you. Obviously, the exception to the hand raising would be in roll call. When your name is called, obviously, you don't have to raise your hand. You can just respond. And also, of course, when I call on people as chair of this meeting, I'll be calling on people to present information. And so we will, and so those points, obviously, you'll be free to speak. But when we get to open discussion of an item for debate, for example, that's the moment when we really should be using the hand raising feature. And also, of course, when I call on people, what is going on? Okay. I guess with the chat feature, I would like to request that you use chat only to get the attention of the chair or the executive secretary. That is, we really want to make sure that the conversation is conducted according to traditional Faculty Senate protocol. If we were meeting face-to-face in a large room, we would each wait our turn. We wouldn't have a separate conversation going on with the chat. And that's the same principle here. So especially for those of you who are not senators, or even for those of you who are, try to make sure that you refrain from the temptation to use chat to contribute to the discussion. I know it's tempting to do that, but I think we'll have a better discussion if we follow traditional Senate protocol. And we'll see how that goes. This is, as I said, an experiment for all of us. If it seems not to work this week, we can always modify things again for this coming month. Well, beyond that, I'll just say I'm going to try to run the meeting efficiently, but also to give everyone a chance to speak. Faculty senators or their proxies have first priority in an open discussion. But if you're not a faculty senator, I will try to make time for you to contribute to the discussion as well as space allows. Obviously, in a fairly large group, and we're not as large as I thought we might be, but we do have 105 people in on this Zoom meeting. We probably don't have time for all 105 people to say a whole lot in the course of our discussion, but I will certainly try to allow as much space as possible for every person, but giving priority to the senators. So with all that said, this meeting is called to order, and we'll begin with the roll call. Colleen.
Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is my printer, because it's 2020 and I need it to work today, is not printing. So I'm going to call the names, and I have the chat window open. If you would like to indicate in chat that you're here, please do so, or voice, hit the unmute button and let me know. Banford.
Here. Here.
Barber.
Here.
Barrett. Sal Peralta for Barrett.
Here.
Boumanier.
Here.
Branyan.
Here.
Bruce Bird for Chang.
Here.
Anya Remshagen for Corley.
Here.
Deweese.
Did you say Eilish?
I said Deweese, but you're coming up.
Oh.
I got you, Georgina. Elman,
Here.
Urban. Gotcha. Fawcett,
I'm here.
Fuentes,
Here.
Galt,
Here.
Umminger for Geyer,
Here.
Gordon. Gotcha. Don Neely for Graphius,
Here.
Green,
Here.
Larry Shore for Gupta,
Here.
Hadley,
Here.
Hanson,
Here.
Doms for Hill,
Here.
Hodges,
Here.
Barnhart for Ivory. I saw you, Ann. Hara Pasmino. Gotcha. Kellison,
Here.
Gantner for Kimbrell,
Here.
Nice,
Here.
Nadia Williams for Koshkas,
Here.
Kramer. I saw you say in the chat that you were here.
Yes, thank you.
Lu Yan Voon,
Here.
I'll turn it up some.
Sinky for Lee,
I'm here.
McKinnon,
Here.
Mbaye,
Buys here.
McKendry Smith,
Here.
McCandless for McLean,
Here.
Nickel,
Here.
Ogletree,
Here.
Pasha,
Well, what it is the link, and it had the password embedded. If you didn't have it, you could just go to Zoom and enter it.
Pasha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Pazani,
Sad, but they will.
here.
Yeah, if you're.
If you haven't muted your microphone, could you please do so? Reese,
I'm here.
Richter,
Here.
Self,
I'm here.
Scullin,
Here.
Snipes,
Here.
Sterling,
Here.
Eilish for Swift,
Just for the heck of it, if someone.
I'm here.
John Upson for Tawidi,
Here.
Van Valen,
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Here.
System in that respect. Yeah.
Volkert,
Here.
Strickland for Wadlington. I gotcha. Cassis for Wofford.
Here.
All right, we have perfect attendance. Okay, I'm going to pull up and share the agenda.
Okay, and thank you, Colleen. And I'll move to approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the September 11th meeting?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay. I think we should have our first poll. Is that correct, Colleen? We're going to have.
Yes, we are going to have our first poll.
Okay, so everyone is going to receive this. If you're not a senator or not a proxy today, please do not vote. But those who are the 51 senators or proxies should vote yes or no on approval of the minutes of the September 11th meeting.
Do we do this in the chat?
Well, it should immediately. Yeah, there.
Okay, got it. Got it.
A window should appear for everyone. If you're not a senator, just click the X. Otherwise, yes or no or abstain.
Where do you do that?
Well, there should be a window right in the middle of your screen that popped up. If that didn't happen, I guess there's a reason I didn't go into computer science or other fields similar to that.
No, it has not popped up for me. A window within or overlapping the document that we're looking at, which is the agenda, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there should be a small window that pops up that says polls, but the poll is the minutes pass. We've got 47 in favor. I'm going to end the poll and then share the results. So you should see the results share.
Passes. And so yes, if I guess Alice, if you're not getting these polls, I guess for these sorts of items, it may not matter, but at some point today, we definitely want to find a way for you to vote.
And you can enter a voice vote as well, I would think.
Yeah.
Okay, that will work.
Okay.
Or you could even send a there are probably a variety of ways to do this. Okay. I'll now turn things over to our next item would be committee reports. So first up will be Rosemary Kellison, Chair of the Undergraduate Programs Committee. I believe the first agenda item is a request to add a course in anthropology. Turn things over to you, Rosemary.
Thank you, Dan. So yes, our first proposal is a new course proposal from the Department of Anthropology, Psychology, and Sociology for Anthropology 4190, Modern Shamanism. This course is a survey of the contemporary practice of shamanism. It will serve both the BIS pathway in religion, as well as a new concentration that's currently under development in the anthropology major in cross-cultural health and spirituality.
Okay. Traditionally with these items, I think we go straight to vote. If there's anyone who would like to discuss this further, by all means, raise your hand, feel free to signal. Otherwise, we'll go directly to a vote on this. So we'll have our next poll, a vote to approve the request to add Anthropology 4190 to the catalog.
All right, the poll is wanting us to, it's not, why are you doing this to me? Ah, okay. All right, there we go. Woo.
Okay, so yes, no, or abstain on do you approve the addition of Anthropology 4190?
Yes.
Thank you, Eilish. All right, I am going to end the poll. It passes. I'll share the results.
Good, thank you. We'll go to our next agenda item, which is, I guess, Rosemary, you're going to combine all of the astronomy course requests, I think, in the next motion, if I understand.
Yes, that's right. So we're going to take items A through E as a block. These are 5 new courses in astronomy, and they are courses that are going to contribute to a new concentration in astronomy that is under development for the physics major. 3 of these courses, 3133, 4103, and 4433 are 3 credit hour courses that will be cornerstone courses in this concentration. The other 2 are 1 credit hour courses, one of which is faculty mentored research, 3683, and then 4984 is a capstone course studying literature in astronomy.
Okay, again, I'll call for a vote. Seeing no objection, no hands raised, we'll go directly to the poll. Do you approve the addition of items A through E, these astronomy courses that are listed, to the catalog? Yes, no, or abstain?
Yes, from Eilish again.
Thanks, Eilish.
You're welcome.
Okay. we're still, I guess, waiting for the end of that poll. Yes, 100% pass rate. Okay, very good. Next item, also from Rosemary, from Rosemary's committee, that is. College of Education course edition request. Rosemary?
Yes, so this is Nutrition 4300, the cultural aspects of food and nutrition, a new 3-credit-hour course evaluating food and nutrition from an anthropological perspective. This course has previously been taught as a special topics course, and it will be part of the Nutrition Promotion and Education minor.
Very good. So we'll go directly to a vote.
Yes, from me again?
Okay, yes. Do you approve the addition of Nutrition 4300?
Yes.
Do we have results? We're still waiting. Okay, 94% pass rate, I guess 6% abstain. Very good. Okay, so the final voting item from this committee is a block of, well, actually, I'm sorry, I should say this is not the final voting item. We're going to take a block of 5 courses, I believe, the SJUS courses, and then we'll have one more item after this with the organizational leadership BS. But a request to add several SJUS courses on social justice that Rosemary can tell us about.
Yes, and maybe I'll also just talk about the next voting item as well, because as you were indicating, Dan, they're closely related to each other. So the first voting item will be the block of items A through E. These are 5 new courses in social justice. They are part of a new concentration in the E major BS in organizational leadership, which is a collaborative degree program. E major is that is across the USG. UWG is adding these new courses in social justice so that students who are in this program at UWG will now have a choice between 2 concentrations in the organizational leadership E major program. So currently we offer 1 concentration in public service. This will now add another option, which will be the social justice concentration. All of these course numbers and descriptions are standardized across the E major program. So these 5 courses, these are all 3-credit-hour courses that will become options for students in that concentration. And then item F, which will be a separate voting item, is to modify the BS and organizational leadership program by adding this new concentration in social justice as an option for students so that they can again choose between the 2 concentrations. It won't change anything else about the existing BS in organizational leadership.
Very good, thanks, Rosemary. So my understanding, Colleen, but I may have misunderstood your email on this, is that we're going to vote on the 5 SJUS courses first, and then there'll be a separate vote on organizational leadership, correct? Or are we taking all 6 items as a block?
We could, I think in the future, probably take them as a block, but I didn't know that. So I have a block of just the courses, and then we have the organizational leadership poll.
Okay, I think that works very well. Okay, first vote. So we have 5 new courses in social justice, the new SJUS courses. Yes, no, or abstain to add these 5 courses to the catalog.
All right, this passes.
Okay, very good. Next agenda item is the, well, next vote, sorry, is the request to modify the BS and organizational leadership program, which was what Rosemary just described. So again, do you approve the modification to the BS and organizational leadership? Yes, no, or abstain?
All right, it passes.
Okay, thank you. And I believe, Rosemary, your committee has one information item regarding the Department of Civic Engagement and Public Service, the request to deactivate the Bachelor of Arts in Political Science.
That's correct. There has been a request, and this is not a voting item, but a request to deactivate the BA in political science due to low enrollment. However, students can pursue the same curriculum in the BS in political science.
Yes, well, thank you. That was useful, I think, for us to hear. Okay, well, thanks, Rosemary. Appreciate all of that. So next, we'll take the committee chaired by Connie Barber, the Graduate Programs Committee, usually known as acronym GPC. For those of you who are just tuning into this meeting for the first time, you'll probably notice that there's a bit of overlap in the course titles between some of the courses that we just voted to add and those that we're voting on now. These, in some cases, in the case of the first one, are the graduate sections that are attached to these undergraduate courses, that is the 5,000 level. That's what we'll start with, will be the Anthropology 5190 course, a request to add that. Connie, would you like to speak to this?
Sure, thanks, Dan. Yes, as you said, this course is actually specifically designed to offer an elective choice to social science graduate students. It'll be taught as a subsection within the undergraduate class that we just voted on and approved, allowing for a larger and broader conversation for both the graduate and the undergraduate students. The professor will be meeting independently throughout the semester with the graduate students, so separate from the actual class time.
Very good. I think we're probably ready to vote. So a vote on adding Anthropology 5190 to the course catalog.
Oops, sorry, I've been sharing that the whole time. Okay, anthropology. All right, passes.
Very good. Okay. Next, Connie, we have two courses that I think will be taken as a block, I assume, the CEPD courses that are going to be, that we're going to vote on whether to add them to the catalog. If you want to speak to those.
Actually, we're going to be taking A and C as a block. Are we doing that? We're doing first, Colleen? I had said you
A and C as a block. I thought it was the two CEPD classes as a block.
No, it's A and C, but I guess we can do it. I mean, whatever.
Oh, sorry.
It's actually A and C. Yeah.
Okay, I can do a modified. You present and I'll do a modified poll. Okay.
Well, then I'll go ahead and talk about all three then here first. So let me talk about 9195. B, special topic. That wasn't me. I don't know. A lot of conversation. Somebody's eating potato chips. I don't know. So I'm going to do 9195 first. This is actually just a special topics course for their doctoral professional counseling studies. And they've requested this course to be as an as-needed basis for non-standard electives. So like I said, it is a newly developed course. And it's to cover topics that are not presently offered in this program. That was 9195 special topics. And that is a separate request for adding. So then A, 9153 is actually a request to, it actually is, even though it's a new course, it's replacing a course that has already been discontinued. And that course was 9923 Leadership and Diversity in the 21st Century. I mean, it's actually not deleted, it's just no longer offered in the fall. And so they went to offer it just in the spring. And this required a change in plans of study. And so then they went and created this topic, Advanced Therapeutic Techniques and Counseling. which will be offered in the fall to allow for a seamless change in the plan of study. So, because if it was left alone, it would have had adverse effects on the other COE programs as the PCS students are not presently able to take this EDSI 9923. So they basically are changing, and so that's what C is. Professional counseling and supervision is the modification in the plan of study to include this new course in the fall.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, let's vote on that. Colleen, so how did you configure our current poll? Are we voting on items A, B, C together?
So I have a poll coming up for GPC items A and C as a block.
Okay, let's do that. So the request will be to add CEPD 9153 and modify the EDD and professional counseling and supervision. So yes, no, or abstain for that proposal.
All right. I'm gonna end it, it passes.
Okay, very good. And then are you ready to go to the vote on item B? C.
I am, but unfortunately, so it's like I'm just gonna do the CEPD block one, but this will just for B. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. So this will say something else on your screen, but we all know what we mean. We're adding CEPD 9195 to the catalog. Yes, no, or abstain.
Apologies, I'm still learning my way around Zoom.
I am very impressed with your skills.
Thank you. I'm flying by the seat of my pants right now.
Okay, well, I think I guess we're still waiting on.
Yep, it passes.
That passes. Okay, very good. Well, let's go to a couple of information items. Connie, I think there are 2 information items that you wanted to share with us from your committee.
Correct. So these are items that we do not vote on. They are information only. And so for the first one, Department of Civic Engagement and Public Service, the Criminology MA, they have added 100% online method to earning this degree. So this means that they have both an online version, 100%, and remains a face-to-face version. And then for the second one, the Masters of Public Administration, they've actually been teaching 100% online since fall 2019. So they only offered this one 100% online. So they've gone and deactivated the face-to-face modality. So that's the difference between the 2.
Very good. Thank you, Connie. Now I'm going to turn things over to Emily McKendry Smith, who will update us from the Academic Policies Committee. There are no items to vote on, but 2 information items.
All right. Hi, everyone. So the first information item that the APC has is about the DSST exams. These are exams that let members of the military, so people who served in the military and certain military-connected civilians, earn credit for prior learning. And so UWG is adding this option for credit for prior learning for 2 courses, 1 course in chemistry and then 1 course in computer science.
Okay, thank you. And I think you are also going to update us on the UWG Student PLA handbook, I think, right?
Yes. So this is just to inform everyone of a new prior learning assessment handbook that has been developed by the Center for Adult Learners and Veterans in conjunction with the Registrar's Office. This will be very useful for our students because it is taking all the information about prior learning assessment and credit for prior learning. And for the first time ever, it is being centralized in one place. So students will have one thing that they can look at to get all of the information on prior learning assessment. And at some point, this will be hosted on the Center for Adult Learners and Veterans website. So if you have students where this is like an issue for them, where they, seek to get credit for prior learning, you'll be able to direct them to this document for all the information they need.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, I will now turn things over to Mark Fawcett, who is chair of the Faculty Development Committee, the FDC, who will tell us something about faculty research leave policy. Again, another information item. Mark?
The Faculty Development Committee was contacted by a faculty member who was concerned that the faculty research leave policy had been changed to allow only one leave per program per year. I got a response from the provost that says, quote, "There was no change in the leave policy. It remains unchanged. Faculty from the same program can request leave just as they have always done," unquote. So that's the position of the provost.
Thanks, Mark. And by the way, I should have mentioned with any of these information items, anyone is welcome to ask a question. If you want to raise your hand, you're welcome to do so, and we can recognize you. I'm trying to move the meeting along because we have a lot to cover, but that's what your raised hand feature is for if you have any questions for any of the speakers at any point. We're now going to go to the Rules Committee, and so I'm going to turn things over to Angie Branyan in a minute. The first action item has to do with Article 4, Section 2F of the Policies and Procedures. Angie?
The AAUP chapter UWG president of the AUP would like to become a member of the executive committee as an ex officio member. That means a non-voting member. And our proposed modified version includes that the executive committee shall be composed of the chairs of the Senate standing committees, the chair of the Senate, the chair-elect or past chair of the Senate, the executive secretary, the president of the UWD chapter of the AAUP, the president of the university, and the provost of the university.
Very good. So
it's to modify the composition of the executive committee.
Yes. So any discussion needed regarding anyone want to weigh in on moving the president of the UWG chapter of the AUP to the Faculty Senate Executive Committee, opening up a seat on the Faculty Senate Executive Committee to that individual? Well, seeing no discussion, I will move this to a vote. We'll have a poll as to whether to modify Article 4, Section 2F, the section on the Faculty Senate Executive Committee to allow for the UWG chapter president of AUP to join that committee.
Dan, Elizabeth Kramer has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. You're recognized. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Elizabeth?
Where'd she go?
Elizabeth? You're welcome to speak if you would like.
I'm gonna scroll. Maybe she's muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I can hear you now.
So the audio is going into my ears, and so I wasn't sure if the oral part is going into yours too. I just had a question. Is this common practice among faculty senates, especially in our state?
Yes, it is common practice at most of the USG universities. The AAUP chapter president is a member of the executive committee. And then looking further afield to other universities in the United States, it is common practice. Thank you for your question.
Matt Franks has a question.
Okay, Matt?
Yeah, I'll just add to that. This is also in line with the kind of USG structure as a whole, the USG Faculty Council, which is the chairs of all the faculty senates. The Georgia State AEUP president is a representative on that body. So it kind of aligns with that as well.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay. And I guess I'm realizing I don't see these raised hands. It may just be the host who has the only access to seeing the raised hand feature, unless there's something I'm missing in the participants. But
I've got it pulled up, so I'll just keep an eye on it.
okay. Well, let's. So
the voting is still in progress.
Let's go.
We have.
Oh, okay. I see. Right. You had the poll going. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and complete the vote.
Okay.
I will vote yes. In the meantime, I have done some fast track computer problem solving, and I still haven't found a way to access the poll window. But
sorry about that, Eilish.
Yeah.
So the measure passes. I'm going to share the results. 39 in favor, 5 vote no, 3 abstain.
Okay, the motion passes. Well, let's take a look at the next item for voting, also from the Rules Committee. So Angie, would you like to talk about Addendum 7?
Yes, thank you. Again, it's a proposed modified version where the faculty evaluation of departmental leadership and it changes from administrative personnel to leadership as defined by each academic unit. And then down in the procedures and evaluation of each department leader is defined by each academic unit, shall be conducted by the department at least once every 3 years, with the exception of new department leaders who shall not be evaluated during their first year in office. And again, instead of department chair, department leader. The procedure will meet the following guidelines. The dean will keep the results of the last 3 evaluations of each department leader. Okay, the procedure shall meet the following guidelines. If you look down here at 104.0302, there is a, instead of having the sheet that was an evaluation sheet, we're going to move that evaluation sheet to the appendix and approach the other colleges and departments, i.e. library, School of Nursing, and ask how they evaluate their department leaders. And all of those will be housed in the index, so that each department may choose the appropriate department sheet if they deem it reliable and validated. So we've got the evaluation of departmental leadership, and then if you come down, you'll see the proposed revision. Keep going a little more. And then the procedures for it. Any questions?
Okay, if not, let's.
I have a question. I'm sorry. I had my hand raised, but no one. I understand that no one can see. I'm just curious why substitute department leader for department chair.
Because the School of Nursing does not have a department chair, nor does the library have a department chair, nor does the, at this point in time, the School of Mass Comm. So we wanted—
Is that a school already? Did that go through?
I think everything's in flux, but I was told there was no leader at this point in time. But I definitely know there's no leader for department chair for the library and for the School of Nursing.
Thank you.
We were trying to make it more applicable to all the departments without having to say the department chair plus the School of Nursing plus the.
David Nickel had his hand raised. It's gone now. I just wanted to check and make sure that that wasn't an error.
Yeah, it was. I had the same question as Shelley, actually. I
Okay.
didn't see the difference. So if they don't have a department chair, what are they calling their leaders? Just the department leader?
I think it depends on, Craig, what do you call your leader in the library? The head of the library?
That would be the dean.
The dean.
The dean.
Blinn Olivieri says in chat that they have head and department head instead of department leader.
That's also correct. I thought you were asking the top of the organization in the library.
Any further discussion? Seeing, okay, yes, Dina, this time I actually did see a hand raised.
Okay, I don't know if this would help, but would it help to make a friendly amendment to make it change leader just to department head fusion, or does that just not help anything?
Certainly sounds less Orwellian, but.
Well, we could add the word dear.
Sal has his hand raised. Sal.
I like the idea of making the term a bit more general, but it might be a bit more inclusive than we needed, because given the current structures that have been created in our department, we have the department chair, but we also have directors of programs, and so I wanted to make sure that this does not apply to say or if it does, I mean, is that what we're saying? Does it apply to only, say, chairs? What is the level of application of this particular policy? The dean or the chairs, the middle, or what else? Because there are also directors of MPA programs, directors of different things. So to whom would it really apply? Would it be possible perhaps to add a series of examples?
Yes, it is applying to department chair. The program heads serve under the department chair. That was our understanding of the way. But if I'm incorrect, please let me know and we can table it and look at it and bring it back, or a friendly amendment can be proposed.
Yeah, we also have a comment from Angela Pasha. Angela?
So my reading of this is that each academic unit would define what they mean by department leader. So that unit could say it only applies to the department chair, and other units could apply it to program directors as they see appropriate, which seems more inclusive and leaving it up to each area.
Okay, and Mark Fawcett, I think you have a question.
I think the question's been answered.
Okay, good. Yvonne, I think. Yeah, I think Yvonne.
Sorry, I unmuted myself. I was
Okay.
unmuted. What I was wondering is
is what we're trying to do here is change just to be inclusive in the nomenclature, as in what used to be called chairs, or are we also including levels? Because program directors is one thing, or coordinators or chairs. So I think that can get a bit confusing. Are we talking about what in the majority of departments used to be chairs, and we don't want to just call them chairs at that level? Or are we also including different levels is my question. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that Angela explained it the best. However, your academic unit defines as the leader of your department is who this refers to. So in the library, it would be the department head. In other departments, it would be the department chair, but other departments might have a different name for that person. And so our intent was to be inclusive about that person who heads a department, not a program, but a department.
Okay, Jill Drake, I think you had your hand up.
I think we're working it out. You will be changing the spirit of it as if you are expanding to program leaders, you know, because that language was designated. Some of that is from the USG, and this position is also defined by, you know, the workload and the release time for, you know, you have that level of release time as an administrator. So my only thought is that if you're leaving it up to them to decide whether program coordinators or not, you could create inequity across different departments. And if you look at the evaluation, it is intended for a singular individual. But I know, so I just caution is what I'm saying, and that we're very clear about who is and the spirit of the way it was originally written.
Okay, Emily McHenry Smith.
Sorry, I'm still learning how to unmute. My observation was just that, especially in the 3 bullet points, it really sounds here as if people are evaluating their direct supervisor. Like I would be evaluating the person who writes my annual evaluation. And my understanding was that program evaluators or program coordinators are not sort of taking on the role of supervising other faculty necessarily.
Okay, Elizabeth Kramer. You may still be muted, Elizabeth.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
My question is, does this refer to anyone, is it aimed at anyone who is reporting to a dean? As a direct report to the dean? Is that the sort of evaluation we're putting for these people through?
Angie,
Yes.
are you able to speak to that?
Yes, and it's the people that report to the dean and supervise the members of their department. So I agree with Emily that the intent is not someone who's your colleague, but rather your immediate supervisor.
Okay, Jill, I think you had something else that you'd like to add.
Well, I just wanted to remind people that the associate deans report to the deans. There's other, you know, and so that there are other rules, and just clarity that can't be it. And again, you can distinguish this colleague and department chair again by the administrative release is some kind of qualifier if you're looking for qualifying language to help, but just adding information to the discussion.
Dan? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jill.
Oh, I was just going to say, I have no problem in the spirit of expediting the meeting if we want to send this back to committee and see if we can clarify some of the difficulties.
Okay,
I have a suggestion for a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Where it says, this was one that was sent to me by someone who's watching the meeting. In a friendly amendment to where instead of saying department leader, to say department chair or equivalent.
See some heads nodding. This is, I think, I don't know if we've always practiced this, but according to Robert's rules, even friendly amendments need to be a motion with a second. So I will call for a second on Colleen's friendly amendment.
I'll second.
A second, okay. This is not voting on the resolution itself. This is voting on the friendly amendment. But before we call for a vote, just last call for any discussion of the friendly amendment. Seeing no hands raised, we'll vote on the friendly amendment, and then presumably we can then vote on the resolution itself. It's probably created more complications. If we were just in a room, we could pass this with a quick voice vote, but I guess we had to create a new poll very quickly.
I think I can do that right now, actually.
Yeah.
Just bear with me for 1 second.
Yeah. We may want to even have a sort of generic statement like approval of the friendly amendment that we could just use over and over or something of that nature.
That's a good idea. Friendly amendment on the table. All right, modern technology. Okay. Friendly amendment.
Okay, so quick vote. Do you approve the friendly amendment that Colleen suggested to move this forward? Yes, no, or abstain?
I voted and I was able to vote through the poll. I have my technical problem sorted out. Woohoo!
Excellent. Okay, as soon as that comes up, we will then return to, okay, so we have 93% said yes, so it looks like this passes. Any further discussion of the amended resolution before we call for a vote? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. Traditionally, we've said that if it's a committee chair bringing something forward, that counts as a motion. So I think we're ready to go forward with the vote.
Okay, hold on. 10403.
So do you approve modifications to UWG Faculty Handbook Section 104.03 to 104.0301, faculty evaluation of departmental leadership? Yes, no, or abstain? And as soon as we have that vote, the vote results in, we'll go to the last item for the Rules Committee, which will be the UWG Academic Affairs Policies Index, similar evaluation of department leaders. Are we ready to release vote results?
We are.
Excellent. Okay, so this passes 87%. We'll go to the last Rules Committee agenda item. Angie, back to you.
This, one of the things that they're trying to do is once we change the previous, then we change the procedure in the UWG policy, and that's all this one does, is it changes the procedure. And we can, again, I think we probably need to have a friendly amendment to change department leader to department chair or the equivalent thereof.
I think if we've approved it once before, we don't need to vote on it again, but
Oh, good.
Correct.
Okay.
Me.
We'll
I do not know.
we'll say that we're okay. I mean, it may technically be a different I guess proposal, but I doubt anyone would object if we just change the language. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then call for a vote unless there's any further discussion. Seeing none, we will vote on this slightly amended proposal to change the procedure.
All right, here we go.
And as soon as the votes are in on that, we will turn things over to Rebecca Galt of the TLA committee, Teaching, Learning, and Assessment Committee. Are the votes in?
I believe so. I'm going to end the poll and share.
Okay, again, very similar numbers, 89%. This passes. Okay, Rebecca, I will turn things over to you for another action item, this time from a different committee, the TLA committee, fall course evaluations.
Okay, so as we all know, our face-to-face courses during this semester are being taught in dual modality format. And in addition, students are sometimes in a state of quarantine or isolation due to COVID-19 exposure or illness. For these reasons, the members of the TLA committee proposed that student evaluations of instruction are moved online as a temporary measure for the fall 2020 semester in accordance with the procedure that was used during the spring 2020 semester.
Okay, so proposal to move the fall semester teaching evaluations entirely online, just as was the case in the spring. Any discussion or questions about that before we move to a vote? Seeing no hands raised, let's go to the vote. The question is, do you support moving fall 2020 course evaluations online in accordance with the procedure that was used during the spring 2020 semester? And I guess actually, while we're waiting for vote results on that, you can go ahead, Rebecca, and just give us the information item, since that's not an item.
Sure, absolutely. So for the information item, the TLA committee would also like to make all faculty aware of an opportunity for faculty input on the questions currently on the student evaluation of instruction instrument. As we're looking at revisions to the instrument itself that are being considered for the fall and spring, there is a link to an SEI evaluation form included in the Faculty Senate agenda, and it'll also be in the minutes. And any faculty member can use that link to comment on existing questions and suggest potential revisions to the instrument. We would like for everyone to have access to it. So for Faculty Senate members, anyone listening in, and if you can also make anyone else aware of that are faculty members. We'd like to have as much input on this as we can receive from faculty.
Okay, excellent. So people are certainly encouraged to respond. And of course, as you can all see, the last vote passed by overwhelming margins. Any questions or discussion for Rebecca on this information item before we move on to the next agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we will now move to, and seeing that we have no old business on the agenda, we will now move to new business, which is the first agenda. Actually, no, what I will do is ask for permission. Unless there are objections, I would like to make sure that Amanda doesn't have to stay here for 2 hours if needed, and move the last agenda item, which is just an announcement concerning the SACS COC to this point in the agenda. So out of compassion for Amanda, respect for her time, we are moving this item unless someone objects, and I will turn the floor over to Amanda Thomas, Director of Assessment, to make the announcements that she has for the Faculty Senate. Amanda?
Thanks, Dan, and thanks everyone for having me. Just real quick announcement. You've already seen an email come out about this, but I just wanted to make an official announcement from the assessment standpoint. Our SACS COC 5th year interim report, we received a very, very favorable report from SACS COC. Very, very minor thing they sent back. I think a sentence had been left out in the final draft, but nothing related to assessment. I just really wanted to thank every single faculty member that has worked so hard on assessment these past several years since I've been here. Everything we're doing is great. They love what they saw, and we just got to keep it up. We have our next one in just a few years, our big 10-year reaffirmation report. But our 5th year, great report. Everyone just keep it up, and thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's it. Like I said, just real quick.
Very good. I don't see any hands raised, so presumably there are no questions for Amanda. So now we will go on to this next phase of the agenda. Let me just say something about protocol and process here.
I'm sorry, Dan, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I was reminded by someone that the rules item adding the president of the AAUP to the executive committee will need to go to the general faculty for a vote. So any policy and procedures modification goes to Gen Fac. So I guess we will talk about that at executive committee, but I just, somebody asked me to announce that.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you. I'm glad that was brought up. That I think that's right, that modification of the Senate bylaws requires the vote of the general faculty. So I think that can be arranged. More information coming soon, but at least the will of the Faculty Senate was to approve it, which I think is important. But that agenda item may now become, due to our bylaws, a non-binding resolution. But thank you. Okay, so just a note on policy on I guess protocol and process for this last phase of the meeting. As I mentioned in an email, this may indeed turn out to be a multi-part vote. If the resolution doesn't pass, then that ends the discussion for today, and we wouldn't proceed to the next votes. But if the resolution does pass, then we'll have some additional votes on a couple other items related to this. The way that we're going to proceed with this is we're going to have a person who will later be introducing this resolution to speak. We will then give Dr. Kelly a chance to respond, Dr. Jenks a chance to respond. I will then call on for the motion to be introduced formally. I will call for a second, and we will then move to general discussion. During general discussion, we can prolong this. I imagine that a number of people would likely want to weigh in. I would remind you to use the hand raise feature again. If that's not, if you think you're being ignored, you might not be, because there may be several people in the queue, but if you think you're being ignored, you can always use the chat function, and try to avoid, I guess, interruption, that is turning on your mic unless absolutely necessary, out of respect for everyone involved. let's begin this discussion. I'm going to call on Dr. Jane McCandless to speak to this motion, and after that, I will call on President Brendan Kelly.
Thank you, Dan. Again, my name is N. Jane McCandless. I am a sociologist, and I am the faculty member who is bringing forward the motion of no confidence in the leadership of Dr. Kelly. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I will not repeat what is written in the indictment of President Kelly. My colleagues list some of the reasons they believe that President Kelly is not the right leader for UWG. I read their voice, and I thank them for their courage to stand up for what they believe is in the best interest of UWG. So, in addition to their indictment, I will add my voice and share 4 reasons why I do not support the leadership of Dr. Kelly. First, I cannot overlook the elephant in the living room. I must address why I am, along with many other senior colleagues, present in this meeting. The answer is simple: fear. A widespread fear now exists on our campus. When I first heard about this fear, I gave it little thought. In my 35 years as a faculty member in an institution of higher education, I was once afraid of that thing called the promotion and tenure process. However, when I heard this refrain over and over, I finally asked my colleagues what they feared. The response from every single colleague with whom I spoke was simple: retaliation. Fear that Dr. Kelly will retaliate against an untenured faculty member who speaks in support of this motion. Fear that Dr. Kelly will retaliate against an entire college if anyone from that college speaks in support of this motion. Fear of Dr. Kelly, the leader at UWG. Fear of retaliation from the leader of UWG will have direct and negative impact upon what we are expected to do, and that is teach, engage in discipline, innovation, and research, and serve our university and our community. With fear, morale plummets and frustrations rise. I cannot support a president who would not openly discuss this fear and assure our colleagues that retaliation in any form is not tolerated on our campus. Second, there is no doubt that the principles of shared governance have been violated. As we all know, shared governance is central to the academy, and it is important for faculty to be involved in meaningful ways regarding personnel decisions and budget decisions, and yes, decisions that impact our classrooms. Yet, the most recent budget decisions, as well as the decision made regarding the implementation of dual modality, are but 2 examples when the conversation and ultimate decisions have not included our faculty, our Senate, or any of our elected committees. I cannot support a president who makes autocratic decisions that ignore UWG's talent and history and progress. Third, engaging in transparent communication is essential for all leaders. Transparent communication allows for real dialogue on matters of importance to our community. Transparency also creates a more engaged faculty. I cannot support a president who evades questions and refuses to engage in an open dialogue and exchange of ideas and concerns. Finally, leaders are to build relationships and demonstrate that they value their coworkers. However, when a leader replies harshly to a colleague or refuses to communicate with a wide range of campus leaders, or refuses to call a special meeting to discuss faculty concerns. We have a leader who is not aware that leadership is about relationships. I cannot support a president who isolates himself from his colleagues and fails to make connections with the campus community. Again and lastly, I do not believe that Dr. Kelly is the right leader for our university.
Well, thank you. Dr. Kelly, would you like to respond?
Certainly would. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Well, I'm going to tell you first, when I came to the University of West Georgia, it has been under the most unfortunate circumstances, not only that I've experienced in my career, but quite frankly, that I think higher education has experienced in decades. And the fallout from those circumstances is going to continue for some time. I am disappointed that there are so many questions about my leadership and decisions that have been made. And quite frankly, I'm even more disappointed that there's a document that is communicating so much information that is just simply not accurate. So if you don't mind, Dr. Williams, I'd like to take a few minutes to respond to that, make sure we clarify information so that everybody knows what is actually true, and certainly establish once again where my approach to leadership for a university is rooted in. And quite frankly, that starts with 13,401, because that's the exact number of students that we're in service to today. And for me, that is where every decision, every outcome lies. The most important thing from my perspective and from the perspective of the board, and bear in mind, as the president of the university, my responsibility is to the institution. It is to the long-term health and wellness of the institution, and to make certain that all board policies and decisions are carried out appropriately through our institutions. And all of that is directed toward those 13,401 students and making certain that they have world-class opportunities. I'll address a number of different issues that have emerged over the last week and a half. One, I've heard a number of different voices, many voices related to the reorganization of academic affairs and other portions of the university. That was a necessary reorganization. It followed massive budget reductions. And bear in mind, those budget reductions aren't just linked to the decision of the legislature to reduce our base budget by 10.8%, but also other resources that were lost during the course of fiscal year 20. The process and timeline for those decisions, while necessary, were not reflective of normal operations. I believe that every person who has experienced the global pandemic and the effects of it over the last 6, 7, 8 months certainly understand that we are living in times that are requiring action that is vastly different than what we would normally do. We do not have the type of time to be able to follow all of the processes that are not only common to the way in which we do business at a university, but they're not common to state government. They're not common to a lot of the organizational structures that we have. But to claim that there was no input from faculty and leadership in academic affairs is not true. This university went into a process of planning for that reorganization, or for a reorganization, thoughtfully considering that during fiscal year 20, I believe during the end of fiscal year 19. That was led by interim provost David Jenks, The process spanned from May 2019 to November 2019, long before I got here. It included 2 different ad hoc committees, multiple surveys that yielded 300 responses from faculty and culminated in a report detailing recommendations to senior administration for reorganization. Now, I'm grateful for that work. I'm grateful for that work because when you walk into leading a public university, especially at a time where everything is changing because of the resource outline, having that type of report on hand makes a really big difference in providing an outline of options. And anytime you're in a declining resource environment, there are no good options. Anytime we take any piece of a university and disrupt it, we have to take something away because we simply cannot be all things to all people. And that's something that is 100% true, especially for a public university. We have spent decades as an industry in a growth period where being all things to people was part of our mission, at least industry-wide. And a lot of that was a mistake. And now we're coming to a time where state governments are asking for particular outcomes from their public universities. Students who enroll at universities are asking for particular outcomes. And when we have a declining resource environment, we have to focus in on making certain that we have the essential parts of a university to be able to deliver on those outcomes. In this case, we had an academic affairs faculty committee in that report that concluded to strongly recommend that the president and upper administration attend to the reported issues surrounding interdisciplinarity and new program creation, particularly the need for an infrastructure that not only enables but incentivizes co-teaching, research collaborations, and collaborative grant writing. Bear in mind that new organizational structure, by deciding to move into reorganization rather than dealing with our budget woes in other ways, in a time where we had to move very quickly based on the direction of the board and the state, provided us the opportunity to save every single faculty position in the process. It provided the opportunity to save every essential part of our academic infrastructure, which comes down to programs. And as I've said over and over in many public settings with everyone here, for a student, that program is the critical piece. Making certain that we preserve that program and the intellectual capital that is associated with the program was not only part of the direction from the board, but also an opportunity for us to make certain that we had all of our component parts as a university. As the dust settled, we're able to then continue to transform and evolve, discuss and debate how we want to achieve the outcomes that both the state, the board, and students, most importantly, desire of their university, without missing any of the essential pieces that allow us to do that. I know in that document, there's notes about personnel concerns and personnel decisions. I'm a little confused by some of that, and I will explain in detail why. One, we're a state university, we're a public agency. By matter of policy, we don't discuss lots of details about personnel. That includes every single person that is participating in this meeting. Those are essential HR policies and protocols that come out of the state, and they're common at any state agency. However, the references that are in this document about me making decisions about employees are just simply not true. I'd also note that positions like deans don't report to presidents, they report to provosts. So I'll leave it to Dr. Jenks to address those issues. But let me make it very clear. The information that's being provided is not accurate in that document. Diversity, equity, and inclusion was something that was highlighted in that document as well. At the general faculty meeting in August, I outlined a new framework for approaching that work. When I arrived here as the sole finalist for this position in December, one of the first meetings I had was with a wide variety of leaders across the university. Some of them are participating in this meeting. I was asked about diversifying faculty. We had a good discussion on that front. I noted that when we comes to diversification of faculty, presidents can only participate in that from a policy perspective. I'm not serving on search committees for faculty members. Generally, that's peers who are serving on those search committees. And it's important to make certain that there is a common goal among all of those peers to go and try to achieve enterprise level outcomes for the university so that we are able to provide a more diverse faculty to a more diverse student population. During that general faculty meeting, I outlined a deepened commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've talked about this with a wide variety of audiences throughout the university as I've met with units, and we talked about the fact that because of the goals of the University of West Georgia, making certain that diversifying the curriculum and diversifying the faculty had to live in academic affairs. If you talk to diversity, equity, and inclusion experts, that type of structure matters, because when we have an outcome that is undesirable for the organization, we try to go and put more focus on achieving a different outcome inside of that structure. And that's what we did. As Dr. Stacy Boyd, who was serving as interim chief diversity officer, accepted a position as a associate dean in University College. We had a lot of conversation in his continued role as chief diversity officer about what might be part of that portfolio. The fact that having a chief diversity officer reporting to the provost is probably wise. And making certain that the academic initiatives that Dr. Boyd was overseeing inside of the Center for Diversity and Inclusion would continue to be housed under his leadership. That recommendation was a good one. It also went along with the most advanced methods for trying to address issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion inside of large and complex organizations. As I included in an announcement that was a reiteration of information yesterday with Dr. Jenks and Dr. Fortune, we also deepened that commitment to inclusion inside of the student experience. The Center for Diversity and Inclusion was housed in the President's Division, which is structurally not a wise idea anymore. It used to be that we wanted to get that type of work as close to the Chief Executive Officer as possible. But that's also a way to get it a little farther away from operational imperatives and organizational outlets where it might have greater impact on the students we're in service to. So Dr. Fortune has taken leadership of the Center for Diversity and Inclusion, which is coupled right alongside the Center for Student Involvement. Again, when I came in December, the second meeting I had after I met with that group of leaders throughout the university was with students. And the first thing that students brought up were diversity and inclusion issues. We talked about the Center for Student Involvement and how important it was to their experience, and the fact that we were underperforming on that front as a university. We talked about a wide variety of their concerns related to diversity of faculty, related to the types of services that they receive, related to lots and lots of issues on that front. And I asked them, is that something that we want to see infused into the entire student experience, that notion of inclusion, that notion of mattering, that notion of you belonging, regardless of who you are, because we service a very, very diverse set of students. And that's not just based on race and demographics or religion. That's based on lots of different types of lived experience, where they're from, the lenses through which they see the world. And every time I've talked to students, the exact response is, yes, we want it to be as close to infusing it into student involvement as possible. And finally, we are doing a diagnostic as a university so that we fully understand where we stand in terms of equity. As I've said time and time again, it is critical for us to have that data, and that data is not readily available. So we're conducting equity audits now so that we can get that institutional diagnostic. I guarantee that it's going to suggest, as it has so many other institutions, that we're going to have an Office of Institutional Equity. That type of unit should be associated with the Office of the President, because it creates an accountability structure for us as an organization to make sure that every employee has what they need, to make sure that every student has what they need to be successful. And part of my job is to try to put people into the best position possible to be successful. Since becoming president, I find the notion of transparent communication and a lack of engagement and meeting with people, well, I don't see how that could possibly be accurate. I say that because I have met at my invitation and at my request with every dean, with every academic department, with every functional unit at my request. Those meetings now number in the hundreds. As we move to transitioning a new provost, the communication chain in academic affairs will be critical. And I'm going to not only encourage, but require the type of communication between faculty and faculty leadership and the Office of the Provost and the offices of deans and department chairs and program directors are all working in a fashion that is more familiar to all of us. And yeah, the first 6 months of my service, especially the first 4, they did not meet my expectations in terms of the types of engagement that we would have. But bear in mind, I lived in Georgia for nearly 2.5 months before I actually saw people in public. There are a lot of challenges that we have lived through as a nation, as a community, and as a university. Did those challenges create barriers to us producing the outcomes that we would all seek? Absolutely. Am I disappointed in the fact that we haven't been able to achieve those outcomes? Absolutely. But I came to every single unit at my request. I opened the discussion with visions for the future. I opened the discussion with conversation on strategic planning with every single unit. And then I opened the floor to any question, any concern. And it is surprising to me that outside of those meetings where we're inviting that, and that has been the case meeting after meeting after meeting, questions were not asked. I appreciate the notion that transparency may lie in the budget. Well, we are a state agency. We are one of the most highly regulated industries in America. I shared communication with everyone related to the budget as it progressed during the summer. Tried to make certain that we offered the same information to the campus that we were offering to the board. Keep in mind that I don't make final decisions on budgets. The Board of Regents makes final decisions on budgets. We follow all of the USG policies, procedures, and requirements, all state regulations, and all of the requirements of the Board of Regents, always. There is no other option. Since July, the entire budget for the university, just like every year, has been posted on the website. The Budget Committee for the Faculty Senate, according to the normal schedule of the Faculty Senate, has been briefed by the Provost and the Chief Financial Officer on the university budget, including walking through all of the details of any reductions and what the forecast looks like for the future. When it comes to return to campus, dual modality, the COVID policies, all of those things. We have been, as everyone knows, and as Chancellor Wrigley has outlined, we follow the policies and the guidance that's been provided to us by the university system and by the board. I appreciate that the notion that we would kind of make that up on our own and just put procedures in place, but that's just not the case. Dr. Jenks can take you through the specifics of all of those processes, because especially when it comes to dual modality, that has been a discussion inside of with all of the provosts across the state, with the USG, and obviously throughout our organization. And return to campus was done in the same way. There were 8 teams across this university, just like there were 8 teams across every other university in the state. Some had a few more if they had a more complex model. For instance, if you're at a research university, they had to deal with some things that just don't exist at other institutions. But the model was essentially the same as it was set up by USG. And we followed that, continually communicating with campus, sometimes having to communicate one position and then the information changed and it came out differently. Understand, that was a frustrating experience for everyone. I don't see any part of the last 6 months that hasn't been frustrating for everyone, including myself. But frustrating and dealing with challenges that are coming from the circumstances that we are living through, and somehow creating an agenda that tries to diminish a university are two vastly different things. Additionally, I would say whatever the tradition has been at the University of West Georgia, not all communication is going to come from the Office of the President. We have a lot of talented leaders throughout the university. They are going to communicate with lots of different constituent audiences. They're going to get feedback from lots of different constituent audiences. While the authority to oversee the university lies with me, I delegate lots of that authority to leaders throughout the university. And a significant part of that goes into academic affairs so that we can nurture the shared governance model that we are engaged in today. Noting that I have been at every faculty senate meeting because that has been a regular practice that I have used in my time, both as president here and previously. I delegate authority to vice presidents, from those vice presidents to deans and associate vice presidents and assistant vice presidents, and then department chairs and directors of all kinds and all sorts. And that's done so that we're able to do the one thing that we are called to do that is most important: solve problems for students and address their concerns and their needs at the simplest interchange possible. The simplest interchange possible. That's why I want to make certain that we empower leaders across the university so that they are able to contribute to other people's lives in that fashion. Finally, I would note 2 items. One, in terms of shared governance, outside of not really understanding the way in which the University of West Georgia, because it's not a common practice, the call for a special meeting was really not me saying no to the meeting as much as it was me engaging a new faculty senate chair and a new president in conversation, which Dr. Williams has noted, and I wouldn't disagree with, came too late. But the schedule that I am forced to keep sometimes requires a little bit of waiting, and I apologize for that. I had no reservation about calling a meeting, as much as we had a good discussion about format and how to do it in a way that actually contributes to the health and well-being of the university, because the way in which a previous faculty senate meeting was conducted didn't seem to nurture the health and wellness of the university. So I appreciate, Dr. Williams, you working on procedures to that end so that we're able to have more successful engagements. And finally, I'll address this notion of fear. Let me make it 100% clear. And I say this because I've made this 100% clear in every unit meeting, whether I was meeting with employees from Dine West or members of the faculty. I am open to disagreement, discussion, and debate all the time on all subjects. I am not open to hostility. I don't think anybody should be. These are jobs. This is where we work, and hostility has no place. I would also note that retaliation is not even legal. I'm held accountable by the Board of Regents, by the state of Georgia, by the USG, and by Chancellor Wrigley. That type of behavior is not tolerated in any facet of the University of West Georgia, but it really isn't tolerated inside of the university system of Georgia, at least by right of our policies, procedures. The way in which we conduct business at a university should be an open sharing of ideas. That doesn't mean that we're not going to disagree. We are. We're going to disagree because we, one, see things differently and from different vantage points. Two, because the 21st century for higher education and for the University of West Georgia are going to contain a significant number of challenges. There are going to be fewer resources, emerging demands, tremendous demographic challenges, and much higher expectations for what universities take responsibility for in terms of postgraduate outcomes for students. We are going to need to be able to figure out ways to move faster to keep up with industry. We are going to have to figure out ways to change and adapt quicker. We are going to have to set new priorities as institutions. And I don't just mean here, I mean across our industry. We are going to have to demonstrate the value for higher education and for the University of West Georgia in ways that speak to prospective students. And those students are changing all of the time. I spend a significant amount of my time engaging students just so that I can ask those questions and listen and better understand who we are serving. I don't know how all of you are going to vote today, and I can't control that. I will tell you that a vote today doesn't change the fact that we have increasing graduate enrollment and continually decreasing undergraduate enrollment. We're going to have to structure the university around demand. It doesn't change the fact that we're not performing as well as our students want us to in producing post-graduation outcomes for them, despite the fact that now that is the thing that students are looking for when they choose their university. It's not going to change the fact that when I applied for this job and was recruited for it, we had a budget of $247 million, and we started this fiscal year with 234, and that is a significant decline in resources, a painful decline in resources, a harsh reality, because when you have a base budget cut like what we just experienced, it's not money that we can expect to come back. A vote's not going to change the fact that We have to be all the time more focused on the needs and expectations of students. And it doesn't matter how well we're performing, we have to be more focused all the time on that result. And I would also say that it doesn't change the fact that we're a state university. We are state employees, that the state of Georgia has expectations for how we will be in service to students and the outcomes that we will produce as a result. Now, I am still, despite all of this, I am optimistic about the opportunities for the University of West Georgia. I'm optimistic that we are going to come out of a time that has so many barriers and obstacles and challenges. I'm sitting in the middle of this meeting on a Friday afternoon, engaging all of you, as I have each and every time that we have had a meeting of the Faculty Senate. And I'm going to look forward to continuing that discussion and that debate because one of the things that you said is accurate. Life is about relationships and work is about relationships. And my ability to come and get to know people has been greatly diminished by the circumstances that we've had to work under over the last 6 months or 7 months. But that doesn't mean that there's any lack of trying on that in that regard. With that, Dr. Williams, if you don't have an objection, I would hand it over to Dr. Jenks to address some of the issues to which I referred.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kelly. Dr. Jenks, the floor is yours.
All right, I believe I'm live. Can you hear me, Dan?
Yes, you're on.
Thank you. I will address a few issues. Thank you all for the time today. I appreciate everybody taking the time to come to Faculty Senate and discuss these issues openly. And thank you, Dr. Kelly and Dr. McCandless, for your comments opening this discussion. I will address a few of the things that Dr. Kelly specifically outlined and answer them in some cases again, and I'll try and provide some more depth and clarification. Yeah, the idea of the budget reduction from last year is extraordinary in the fact that it wasn't a budget reduction on a flat budget that we were approached on May 1st with. That was a budget reduction for us on top of a budget reduction due to declining enrollment the previous semester. So we already had a lower playing field going forward. When that request came through, the day it hit my desk, I walked across Sanford Hall and asked Dr. Kelly how we should proceed. And we agreed my first call should be to the chair of the Faculty Senate, which it was. And I got a hold of Angela and had a good discussion about putting together an ad hoc committee regarding that budget reduction. And of course, you know, in the time frame that we had, I think they had 4 or 5 days to turn it around. We had 13 days to turn around the entirety of that budget reduction. They were able to produce a document outlining some general guidelines and principles and values from the Faculty Senate to help guide our discussion. Among those, first and foremost, was the protection of all currently filled faculty positions and all current programs. We took that to heart and were able to develop a model that did that. I don't think in any reasonable sense that a president who was not involved in shared governance would think the first thing we should do is call the Faculty Senate chair to get recommendations when we had literally 13 days to turn around a recommendation. That kind of commitment is rare, I think. I've worked in a lot of different areas, a lot of different fields, a lot of different organizations. The commitment of a leader to come in, start early, earlier than was necessary. But of course, we're in the midst of a pandemic at the time he began. He came in very well prepared. He had researched this university thoroughly, and there was a lot of information that he had on hand when we started those discussions. Of course, there were some surprises. The rate at which we put money into personnel over the prior 5 years versus putting it towards operational costs, and the current reductions of e-tuition over the prior, but it was announced 5 years ago, and we were taking the second of 3 $1.6 million cuts last fiscal year, and the last cut this year were all coupled together in a manner that provided extremely difficult for anyone to come into. But he got up to speed very quickly, and in my mind, made the right decisions. It is much easier when going through budget reductions, and you see it all over the country at this point. It's an issue we're dealing with in higher ed around the country. The article that I was reading this morning on the University of South Florida cut all of their College of Education's undergraduate programs. Ithaca College is another example. Those sorts of cuts are very difficult to come back from. You remove a program or you remove people. It's very difficult to bring those back. As Dr. Kelly said, that money seldom returns. Moving in the fashion in which we did. And the idea that there was no input into the college reorganization, Dr. Kelly addressed it. I think that belittles the work of all of the faculty and staff that sat on all those committees last year, Friday after Friday, many of which were 8 o'clock in the morning, to walk through the details of what the possible reorganization could be. And that original discussion was actually prompted within the faculty of those colleges. That wasn't something that came down from the president at the time, let alone Dr. Kelly. The idea that we put all that effort and all that work into those documents and provided them for the new president, I thought was very thorough, and actually provided him with a lot of insights from the faculty within those areas. So the idea that there was no consultation on the reorg or the budget, which is clearly outlined in the indictment, they're just false. And several of the other issues that I will address are in that same vein. I have always been a champion for equity and justice. It's one of the guiding principles in my life. And I do not think in any way, shape, or form that taking a vote on a series of points that have been refuted consistently, and throughout the faculty senate forums all summer, we had 3 of them and addressed many of the points that are in the letter. They're recorded. It's not like there isn't evidence to the contrary, but yet they persist. The simple idea, as Dr. Kelly addressed, of the meetings. I've never known a president to meet with every functional unit on campus. I'm very aware of how many there were. He took me to most of them. And I appreciated the time that we had to spend on those. It was incredibly valuable to me. There were some units that had research agendas that were going on and ideas for moving forward, requests that made perfect sense. And it was incredibly enlightening to walk through all of those meetings and move forward with a broader scope and a sense of what was going on in many of them. And it was incredibly encouraging through most of those meetings that many of the questions focused on students and how the faculty could better serve the students within their departments, within the core, within graduate programs, and how resources could be aligned to do so. In the budget meetings that I've had recently, I've tried to outline, many of the issues that we faced as an institution with a continual push for personnel over operational costs. The operational costs of having a faculty member or a staff member in a department, as most of you should probably know, operational budgets have not been adjusted for years. We built those on soft money. One of the unfortunate circumstances of the timing of Dr. Kelly's tenure is that we lost the last chunk of our soft money that we had in operational expenses. That's through no fault of his own. That process started, years before he was here. But yet we failed to adjust. We've been working on an operational budget analysis since last summer. As you know, there's probably 3 or 4 wrenches that were thrown into the works regarding that budget analysis. Lucretia has been doing a fantastic job figuring all that out. Moving on to personnel issues. There are, I think, 2 points in the letter that have to deal specifically with personnel. Obviously, we can't speak directly to personnel issues, and that is a protection that we should all hold dear, and one that we cannot violate. But I can say generally to all those here today and any who watch in the future, those were not decisions that were made by Dr. Kelly, and attributing them to him is simply false, and in my mind, completely unfair. Dual modality. The idea for dual modality arose from multiple discussions throughout the university system with the system office. As you know, when we were making decisions for the fall, students were already registered. They had already registered for classes in a particular format. They had already set up schedules, work schedules to make sure that their kids were going to be cared for. And many of those schedules were already thrown into turmoil because we didn't know what the fall was going to look like at that point. We didn't know if we were going to be face-to-face. We didn't know if we were going to be open. We didn't know if we were going to be closed. We didn't know if we would be fully online again. And we had gotten many requests in my office for some semblance of an idea of what was going to actually happen in the fall. After multiple conversations with a number of folks regarding the amount of space that we actually had. We are a campus that is designed for face-to-face classes, typically smaller classes. And anybody who's been on the academic quad knows if you go into the humanities, Boyd or Pafford, most of those classrooms are tightly packed with desks and tables and chairs and seat somewhere around 30 people. When you socially distance those areas, you get down to about 4. That limited the number of actual people we could have in a physical space at any given time, even with the mask requirement. And as you recall, early in the summer, the mask requirement wasn't certain either. That came much later. And that came at the request of several presidents, including ours, who advocated for something all the faculty seemingly supported. And that was a mask requirement on campus. And personally, I'm glad that that came to fruition. Nonetheless, with limited space and probably something that we were going to have to do in a face-to-face format, we'd heard from many students, many constituents that face-to-face was something that students were interested in and maintaining that student experience. We made the call to align with most of the schools in the university system and make sure that everyone was prepared for online. But also face-to-face. That created a situation in which dual modality was born. We attempted to look at several other things, flipped classrooms, high flex. Those also required specific space and technology options. We were able to get cameras into 15 classrooms very quickly. You know, and we owe ITS a debt of gratitude for those quick adaptations. But 15 classrooms is not nearly enough to require something like HiFlex, where we can actually record and simultaneously offer synchronous and asynchronous instruction. Some of our sister institutions had that technology in place and had space allotment that was available to do things that were different. But for our particular purposes, it was one of the best choices that we had to make sure that we were prepared for an unknown fall. That being said, we have also adjusted through the fall semester. Dr. Williams was kind enough to do a survey of faculty regarding the spring schedule and dual modality. While there's some support for dual modality, we understand it was incredibly difficult. And I would like to thank all of you. The amount of work that was undertaken for prepping those classes, and I've said it before in several of our functional unit meetings, you know, for some folks, that was the equivalent of, you know, 4 or 5, 6 new preps, preparing for both a face-to-face once a week with half a class and online material simultaneously. Also created attendance issues, which we knew were going to be compounded by the fact that we were going to have students who were isolating and quarantined. All of those things came together such that we just revised the spring schedule, and we're currently working on it. As you saw from the chancellor's letter the other day, there's going to be a strong push for in-person. That's going to expand our classroom schedule to use those larger spaces more frequently, stretching from start times from 8 o'clock in the morning through 6 o'clock in the evening. And I understand in conversations with some of the deans in Whitney this morning that we have got a lot of volunteers moving into those time slots. And we truly appreciate that because, again, you know, getting a schedule that is set for our students is our primary goal. There were a few other things that I wanted to touch on. The idea of transparency. Our communication and Dr. Kelly's communication has been different. And that is in many ways forced by our circumstances. I know, you know, for a fact that, you know, he was from day one here every day, figuring out new things about the university, trying to figure out how we had just switched to a 2-week closure, how we were going to reopen online, switching the summer to an online format. All of those things took an enormous amount of time. And the communication strategy, you know, would have been, you know, to get out and meet people and, you know, get into the units and have those conversations where you can, you know, gather and discuss. That was not possible. And, you know, I've heard from several, you know, that, you know, the video messages seem, you know, distant to some extent. Of course they do. By contrast to being able to actually be here in person and have conversations. But in that time that I've had to work through several of these issues with Dr. Kelly, he is approachable. He is amenable to change. He has been one of the most engaged presidents I've known with students. I see him with them constantly and trying to figure out, you know, what the student experience is at West Georgia has been one of his primary goals, because once you understand what that experience is, you can look for improvement. Yeah, in one point in, I don't remember which letter it was that came from someone, they said it seemed like Dr. Kelly was here to fix us. I think it was on the strategic plan. That's not the case. He is, you know, very genuine in his concern and his care for the university and its community. he wouldn't have come here, I don't think. And now I'll just express my opinion. I don't think he would have come here at all had he thought, the university were in dire straits. Why would he? He found a very strong, vibrant institution that has a number of, fantastic programs and a number of fantastic faculty that have, served the West Georgia region proudly, for over 100 years. That doesn't mean that we do everything exceptionally well. And I don't think there's anybody on this call or anyone in this meeting who think, everything we do at the University of West Georgia is, beyond improvement. If you do, that would just simply not be the case. Those types of improvements and where we focus those things are things we are going to have to do together. There is no doubt in my mind that highly functioning institutions and highly functioning organizations do so because of a high level of teamwork and collaboration. I think we can absolutely get to that point. I was asked by a friend of mine last week when he read an article in the paper, what was going on at the University of West Georgia. That perception that is caused by things like this, an expression of a vote, an expression of no confidence in Dr. Kelly, hurt the perception of the university. It hurts the perception from the community, and it hurts the perception of potential students and former students and current students. And I don't know how widely distributed the letter has been yet, but the Student Government Association wrote a letter of support for Dr. Kelly because of all the work that he's done in a short amount of time. Realistically, a vote taken today, I think is unfair. I think it is motivated by a very small percentage of our faculty and staff who don't have the best interests of the university and the students in mind. That's my personal opinion. In a sense, we have only been open, and even that is in a partial format, for 3 months, August, September, part of October. The rest of Dr. Kelly's tenure has been, in some sense, crisis management, trying to pull things together in what he described, I think accurately, as a very turbulent, tumultuous time. We understand, and he does understand, that it has been an incredible amount of work for the faculty and the staff to deal with several of the issues that we faced. And your work is not lessened by the idea that we can move forward collaboratively as a team to best benefit students that we currently have, that hopefully we'll have, continuing into the spring and next fall, and we can build a stronger reputation and a stronger sense of academic programs that draw students to our institution so that they can, understand and experience the transformational power of higher education, which, we all need to be dedicated to. If we're not, why are we here? Realistically, the University of West Georgia has been a home for me for a little over 16 years. I like to think it'll be a home for a lot longer. I hate the fact that we are going through a process through which harm, I think, will come to the reputation of the university. And I think it can be avoided. We have had continuous and, I think, beneficial work with and collaborations with the Faculty Senate and the Faculty Senate chairs over the last 2-3 Faculty Senates. Judy Butler was exceptional. We met with her regularly. And of course, she was on her way out when Dr. Kelly came in. But Angela was an exceptional partner in her time. She arranged the Faculty Senate forums, and we had weekly meetings throughout the summer on all of the issues that we're discussing. And her communications with the executive committee at the time, bringing their thoughts into the fold, was also, very welcomed. I think we can build on that relationship. I think we can continue that relationship moving forward, and as a group, work for the betterment of the University of West Georgia without moving forward with this expression today. Thank you so much for your time, and happy to answer any questions anyone has at this point. Thank you, Dan.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Jenks. What we're going to do now is we're going to call for a motion. That's not the same thing as moving to a vote, but I'm going to call for a motion in just a minute. Then I will call for a second, and then we're going to open up the floor for discussion. I received an email from one faculty member who said he wanted to speak, so I'm going to treat that as a raised hand. And so after the motion is made and seconded, I will turn the platform over to Charles Hodges, who is asked to speak. But at that point, it will be general discussion. Anyone can join in with a question, with a comment, with an argument, as long as, of course, you use the raised hand feature. And I will try to do my best to keep my eye on that, and of course, rely on our Executive Secretary, Colleen, to back me up in this. Dr. McCandless.
Thank you, Dan. I move that the Faculty Senate adopt the following resolution of no confidence. The Faculty Senate, as the representative body of the faculty of the University of West Georgia, declares that it has no confidence in the leadership of President Brendan Kelly.
Thank you. Second, I see Marjorie Snipes, you've raised your hand.
Second that motion.
Thank you. Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. The floor is now open for discussion, and I will turn things over briefly to Charles Hodges to make the comment that he wanted to make. Charles, did you?
There we go. Sorry, it was not unmuting for me. I had not wanted to be first, but I am. Hello, my name is in the Department of Accounting and Finance. In the Department of Accounting and Finance, we're in a period of disruption where major budget cuts in all areas are the rule and not the exception. I feel most of our shared governance anger that has caused this no confidence vote should be directed at former President Kyle Marrero or the Board of Regents rather than President Kelly. All of the below analysis is my own, thus any errors are my own. President Marrero staffed this university for rapid growth, but only minimal increases in student credit hours occurred during President Marrero's tenure. Using numbers from the end of 2013 to fall 2018, student credit hours increased about 10%, while the number of W-2 employees increased by over 32%, and the payroll increased by over 49%. Turning to faculty, student credit hours have been declining for the past few years. Looking at faculty only, and this is from a recent budget committee meeting, we now have 40 to 60 more faculty than we had the last time we were at this level of student credit hours. The next issue is the long-term trend to centralization by the University System of Georgia. Much like global warming, this centralization is real. The University of West Georgia cannot stop it, and we can only accommodate it. The centralization issue most relevant to this was the UWG's COVID-19 response, which was directed by the Board of Regents. The president can try to ease the pain, but he cannot refuse its mandate. A more important board policy change is the University System of Georgia's plan to reduce the core from 42 to 33 hours, which implies a more than 20% reduction in area A through E credit hours. These 9 hours will then mostly be moved to other colleges. This change in core will mostly cause a reduction in current A through E faculty while increasing demand in several other colleges and schools. A side point, given what I believe will be a 40% plus reduction in area A through E faculty headcount over the next few years, I think concentrating area A through E into a university college was the best possible solution to this existential threat. I believe the largest Senate shared governance topic over the next few years involves reductions in area A through E faculty. Areas A through E represent the majority of current credit hours and are currently the most overstaffed and will be the most impacted by the change in the core. How many of us under shared governance wish to be directly involved in likely major reductions of our fellow faculty members, while simultaneously increasing the size of education, nursing, business, and possibly social sciences? A final point to the president. My sense is that President Kelly has not made sufficient effort to share governance with the faculty, but I am uncertain of this conclusion. I fully believe Professor Faye McIntyre's stepping down as the Dean of the Richards College of Business was the president's decision. Dr. McIntyre's resignation was not a decision made by lame duck provost, Dr. Jinks, nor was the resignation Dr. McIntyre's choice. However, because of the disruptions due to the board's COVID-19 policy, the difficulty in meeting face-to-face, and the short time President Kelly has been in office, I am voting against the motion of no confidence. To my fellow senators, thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. The floor is open. Would anyone else like to speak? If so, you're welcome to raise your hand. Allison Umminger, the floor is yours.
All right, I am here as a proxy, and I'd like to speak going back to Dr. McCandless's, oh my gosh, sorry, that phone is ringing in our house, her first point, which I think was incredibly important. I'm so sorry, let me turn that off. Sorry, which is the culture of fear. What I heard in response to that was an invalidation of that, an ignoring of that, a sense that that was an irrational response to measured decisions. When I asked for feedback from the COA faculty as to how to vote on this, I heard back almost unanimously in favor of the no confidence vote, with a primary thing being listed that they were afraid. When I hear my colleagues who do have the best interest of their students at heart, who are out there teaching their students face to face and trying to make an untenable model work, tell me that they're afraid, it lets me know something has gone horribly wrong. Fear is the opposite of respect. People do not feel respected. And what I heard in this was the idea that meeting with people is communicating with them, that attending meetings is listening to them. And that is simply not the case. To really listen, you have to be willing to change, to hear what the people are saying, and to accept that their point of view is how they are actually experiencing this situation. There is a sense that our students are getting less than they could have because other models were not adequately engaged, even when faculty were screaming to be listened to over the summer. And I'd only like to say again that we are dedicated teachers who care deeply about this institution. We are not vindictive. We do not come to this lightly. And again, I will be voting for the no confidence with the almost unanimous support of every person who contacted me from COA.
Thank you. Nick Sterling.
Yeah, so this is just coming from somebody who is a little bit undecided about all this. You know, I fully sympathize that Dr. Kelly has, you know, came into the situation being dealt a nearly impossible hand to play. And, you know, I don't want to relitigate the budget situation. I do feel that it was one of the less worse of a list of bad options. And, you know, of course, he, to his credit, has come to each program, and, you know, I appreciate that. I do feel that there have been some missed opportunities, perhaps, in directly addressing some of these concerns to the Faculty Senate when they were raised. For me to really get a feel for how to move forward, I think that it's important to, you know, speaking just for myself, to understand what is the hoped for outcome of this vote. If it's increased communication, you know, I think that this is a first step forward. You know, I do think, you know, I would echo Allison that, you know, I think that we as faculty do deeply care about what we do, our jobs, about this university. Regarding the letter of indictment, I simply do not have direct knowledge of some of the things that are in there regarding fears of retaliation. You know, some of the budgetary questions, you know, and that perhaps did not start, well, it didn't start with Dr. Kelly regarding some of the budgetary decisions. So, you know, I'm not interested in tearing anybody down. You know, I think that, you know, just understanding, I apologize for babbling, I just understanding what do we want to accomplish through this? And is it necessary? Is it a necessary step?
Thank you, Nick. Any further discussion? Anyone want to speak to this? Okay, I think this is a non-senator, but no senators have raised their hand. Michael Sickey.
All of these are proxies.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize for that. Go ahead.
And one senator.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm sympathetic to the budget issues that Dr. Kelly has faced since arriving here. They have been extensive, and there are really no good answers when you're making a large set of budget cuts. So I'm sympathetic to that point. By the same token, I'm a proxy for junior faculty in this meeting, and I think that in and of itself is a problem that as senior faculty, I feel the need to step in and speak for junior faculty here. So I would just encourage Dr. Kelly to think about, you know, the number of proxies that are on this call speaking for junior faculty, I think is representative of perspective. My other concern as we think about this vote is the magnitude of COVID-19 response on this campus. I still am not sure where, if I can get a test on campus in October. I don't, you know, I would like more leadership there. And it's something that I think is directly pertinent to how we proceed here. With that being said, I do understand that we're under the scope of the Board of Regents mandate for in-person teaching. But I think it would be helpful if Dr. Kelly and Dr. Jenks could provide a little bit more communication and more leadership with how we can safely proceed with face-to-face teaching. I teach 3 face-to-face classes back-to-back this semester, and it is unclear how safe that is in October, and it's frustrating. So that's how that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sal.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, first of all, I really appreciate the time to speak. I'm also here on behalf of a junior faculty member, but also to represent my own thoughts. As many of you know, I was one of the members of the committee that recommended Dr. Kelly to be hired at the university. So I come at it from a variety of perspectives, so to speak. But what I'm going to speak to directly is my own experience of how I have felt and entertained the process of this reorganization over the last few months, and at the same time to convey the message that I received from my colleagues after we discussed it in meetings and in personal communication. To me, fundamentally, the biggest problem that I have right now with the current leadership is the following, is the lack of substantive consultation. And clearly there is communication because there are messages being sent and there are emails being delivered into our inboxes, but there is a disconnect. And that disconnect is what concerns me the most. And the disconnect comes from the fact that I understand substantive consultation to be when you seek input from colleagues and you are open to not only their ideas, but to be persuaded by their ideas and their concern, where they can actually make those recommendations without any fear of any retribution whatsoever. And that definitely is not the case right now, in my own experience, in the experience of the others that I've discussed. It means responding to requests for communication with those colleagues, not ignoring them. When they come explicitly to a leader, I think it is the responsibility of the leader not to deflect or to reject those requests, but actually to engage with them. And that brings me to that third point, which is to adhere not only to the letter of the law, but to adhere to the spirit of what shared governance is, which is a shared set of norms that are not written in stone or that are mandated by policy anywhere, but that are basically a set of behaviors that we engage, that say that we must engage with each other in a way that makes the other listen to and willing to speak their mind freely. And that is a big concern to me, because I have seen how in the past few months that really is not the case. And just to give you a couple of examples of what what that doesn't look like, at least for the moment for me. It does not mean informing the faculty of a decision that has already been made or that I feel has already been made, but it's only being communicated in order to receive a validation or an affirmation, or to put it in the simplest terms, a rubber stamp, or to justify it as I or we consulted the faculty. That is not substantive consultation. And that is how I have experienced a lot of the communication that has been taking place. To give you two concrete examples, there was at absolutely no time any communication from the president, from the provost, or anyone to tell me that the college, the former College of Social Sciences, and that my department, the Department of Political Science, were going to be reorganizing the way in which they were. Are those the right decisions? That's up for debate. But there was absolutely no opportunity for me to engage in any discussion whatsoever about that. There has been discussion of the reorganization committee that took place prior to Dr. Kelly's arrival, which is true. There was a lot of discussion, but it is a fact that the way that the college was reorganized was not one of the recommendations that came from that committee. In fact, the primary recommendation of that committee was to stay in the same way that the college was organized. So to then say, well, we consulted in the past and used a model that was, recommended. To me, that is not exactly what happened. So that's one example. The other example is similarly, I appreciate the fact that I have a very good chair right now in that position, my colleague, Dr. Paul Rutledge. He's a friend. We work really well together. I have absolutely no objections to his leadership. Yet, I also had no objections whatsoever, none, against Dr. Chapman Rockaway, who was the prior chair of my department. And at no point in time was anyone in communications with me regarding Dr. Chapman Rockaway's abilities, his performance, whether he was the right person to keep or not keep, etc. It just seems to me that that kind of decision should have been in some way, shape, or form communicated prior to it being finalized to the group, because those are the kinds of things that I think that are important. That in any rate, what they do is they create trust, not in that my opinion is the one that is going to prevail all the time, because I am a student of democracy and I know that that's not how democracies work. But I also understand that while my opinion and my preference may not always prevail, at the very least, I would like to have the opportunity to be substantively consulted. That is, to be consulted prior to a final decision being made, with an open mind for my voice to be responded to in a respectful and thoughtful way. And I clearly have not seen that happening. And so it is because of that reason that I, in my personal opinion, and in the shared opinion of my colleagues, we are in support of the vote of no confidence.
Well, thank you. I think several hands have been raised, and I also received a message through chat for someone to speak. I'll take those in the order that I've seen them. I think Dina Neese is first in the order. Dina, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Dan. And I wanted to thank all my colleagues who brought this forward as well. One thing I do want to say, and this is going back to a point that was made by Charles Hodges a little earlier, I meant, is one of my areas of disciplinary focus is higher education administration. And just even for perspective a little bit as well, is I came from an institution in Illinois. A prior president had left and retired. Our reserve money was spent. A new president came in, and 300 faculty and staff were laid off within the first 3 months because of what had happened there. And there really was not a lot. The colleges were not reorganized at that point, but there was a lot of grief going on there as well. So in terms of higher education, I'm just going to echo what Charles has said as well. While I think the communication, I will echo that does need to improve in terms of getting the information where it needs to go, because there's a lot of confusion. At this point, given an 8-month tenure and a 6-month in the middle of a pandemic, I would like to just echo what Dr. Hodges had said as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Jane McCandless.
Thank you. I'm bringing a concern regarding a multiple of mixed messages that are being shared today. And though there are many, I'm going to bring only one to the table and hope that our president and our provost can come together and determine just exactly what the message was. And so I'd like to use the example of Dean McIntyre. It was shared with me on the very day that Dean McIntyre received the telephone call from Provost Jenks that it was the president who defined her as being both abrasive and abusive and wanted her exit plan within 2 weeks. And yet in this meeting, I've listened to Dr. Jenks talk about it being his decision. I won't continue along this line other than to repeat, I do believe it's important that our president and our provost tell the same story to the faculty. Thank you.
Farouk Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to take a minute and talk about a couple of different subjects. I'm not a senator, but I have been a faculty member at this university my entire career, and I take student success and the nurturing of younger colleagues very seriously. And that's the reason why I seek your permission to speak. About 3 months ago, as a visitor to the Senate, I had made a plea to the chair of the Senate at that time, Dr. Insenga, that first of all, I understand that we are undergoing a budget cut and that as a state agency without a credit card, we have to pay our bills every year. In that meeting, I had made a request that it is very important for interest of shared governance and faculty participation in difficult decision-making processes to understand how the budget cut was made. So as I look at it, I understand that a large chunk of the budget cut has affected what is the current College of Culture and Scientific Arts, Culture and Scientific Inquiry. So it has affected roughly 1/2 of the campus, as I understand it, and perhaps not the other half at all or nearly as much, which is the College of Education, the College of Business, and the School of Nursing. What I am really afraid of is that we are going into a situation where approximately half the campus is marginalized. And please forgive me to use this language, which is very loaded in our history and that of world history, of haves and have-nots. And to me, as a faculty member and a former dean of the College of Science and Mathematics, former chair of 2 departments, what really concerns me is that the sharing of information is not being done properly and input is not being sought to make really very important decisions. Now, we could also have a discussion on the merits of a university college, but I'm deeply concerned about academic disciplines, perhaps being, please forgive that word, torn apart or cannibalized to populate an entity without thought as to what would happen in the future. And so those are very important ideas, which in my judgment need robust conversation. And I do recognize the prerogative of the president and the provost to make a lot of important decisions. But I think that as an invested faculty member in this university, it is my prerogative to be a part of the decision-making process as well. I am an individual who has seen faculty members spend 5, 4, and I'm approaching 3 decades of our academic careers. Please include us in the process. And I just thought I would go ahead and add that particular statement. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me.
Thank you, Farouk. Yvonne Fuentes.
Okay. Yes, first of all, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Dr. Kelly. I want to thank Dr. Jenks for coming and be willing to talk with us, and or maybe not willing, but they came. I want to start with something that I heard yesterday. I heard yesterday somebody asked a candidate, if you lose a vote, what does it mean? And the first cuff answer was, it means I was probably a lousy candidate. So thinking about that, and that made everybody laugh and just keep it in a light way. But it stuck to me. What does it say? And it doesn't mean the fact that I was a lousy candidate doesn't mean that I don't have wonderful ideas. Maybe it's I wasn't able to communicate my ideas in an efficient way. And so I had my opinion when we started this meeting, but I came with an open mind thinking I might hear something. I might hear something that might change my opinion one way or another. But what I heard at 2:18 was I'm disappointed that there are so many concerns over my leadership. And that caught my attention for two reasons. First, disappointed was not the exact word I would have chosen. And the fact that there is an acknowledgement that there have been many concerns over my leadership, not just one or two, not a handful, not a few disgruntled employees. Second point that was made at 2:20 was that issues emerged over the last week and a half. If I remember correctly, we've been discussing concerns since perhaps August, June, July. So it's not in the last week and a half. And so that I find a little bit disturbing to me, because it's almost like retelling a story that I don't remember it quite that way. I also remember hearing retaliation is illegal. There are a lot of things that are illegal and yet are done. I found no reassurance that there is under no circumstances would there ever be any retaliation, regardless of how anybody votes or what anybody says. I didn't hear that reassurance. And about the budget, we may have all agreed and come to the same conclusions. But I heard that, and I think this was Dr. Jenks who said, that you had 13 days to come up with a budget with all the cuts that the state required, et cetera. And that was back in May. My question was, once it was done and once it was submitted, why wasn't it shared with us? We may have all, because that would have made me feel like I'm a partner in all of this. I'm being aware of how the budget cuts and how the reorganization and the structuring and lumping programs that were never meant to be together, et cetera, or never seemed to be together or go well together. This saved us this amount of money. This is the reason we had to do it this way. I've heard nothing. The last thing I heard is we still don't have a budget. So for all those reasons, I have not heard today anything that makes me feel that going forward, things would be any different than now. And that's why I personally would vote in favor of the no confidence.
Elizabeth Kramer.
Hello. I also want to echo the appreciation to Dr. Kelly and Dr. Jenks for coming and talking to us. I also am here representing several faculty as an at-large senator who was elected by the College of Arts and Humanities. Coming into this vote, I received about 20 direct and individual communications from the colleagues of mine who were formerly in the College of Arts and Humanities. And I just wanted to say, of all of those, the tone of them was sadness and solemnity of the immensity of this vote and the immensity of the sense of conflict, as we've already heard talked about. So I come to this vote having been informed by my colleagues, and I will start my video because that's only fair. And I bring great heaviness to this vote. I also bring the heaviness about the functioning of shared governance here, and all the occasions where we could have had a Zoom meeting or at least a Google Meet meeting back in April, after April 1st, or May, or June. And I know that Faculty Senate has met in the past. And certainly the pandemic is a challenging time for everyone. So we take that into consideration, but we could have met more. Finally, I also hear both from Dr. Kelly and Dr. Jenks that they are committed to moving forward. And I think that is the best thing, that we move forward from this. And I know we will move forward because we're going to move forward in somehow. And so my question has been, leading up to this vote, what has the least harm done? The communications have been out in the media. You go to Google and you get over 50,000 hits on Kelly and West Georgia and no confidence, which is something that deeply grieves me. On the other hand, what do we do now? And that is, of course, our decision as a faculty senate. And I guess the other thing that is on my mind is one thing that we may want to do is put this up for a full faculty vote. And does a vote of no confidence now at the faculty senate allow us to do that? Or must we, if we voted no today, would a general faculty vote still be possible? So I end kind of with a question. And I guess I just wanted to make one more statement. You know, this commitment to shared governance, I think it can be easy for faculty to think that the Board of Regents maybe is not as excited about it as we are. But I just did want to note that the statutes, if they are currently still current, underline the importance of faculty participation. They say that faculty participation in academic governance is a necessary corollary to the responsibility to teach conscientiously. And it's an effective educational process occurs best in an atmosphere in which faculty is given authority and accepts responsibility, where there are clearly recognized specific and effective procedures for its participation in the government of the university. And that's why we have UWG policies and procedures, which during the past 5 months or so have sometimes been maybe skirted over in favor of a decision that was seen as expeditious. And that's the faculty government that I'm enthusiastic about, that I love being part of, that I hope to be part of for many years to come. No confidence votes are something I hope I never see again. With those comments, I would be interested to see if those statutes are still in, are still our statutes, because I don't see them on the website as I could in previous years. And finally, my question was about the possibility of a general faculty vote without a faculty senate vote. Thank you for listening.
Well, thanks, Elizabeth. I'll answer the last question, since I think that's a procedural question that I could answer as faculty senate chair. Yes, that is possible. Those are two separate motions. I guess I had not imagined that this would go to a general faculty vote if the Senate explicitly votes this down. But if that's what you would like to authorize, certainly after this vote, regardless of how it goes, you could make a motion to move this to a general faculty vote, and we can certainly discuss that option depending on how this vote goes. Matt Franks.
Hi, yeah, thanks. So I'm going to speak for myself, but also on behalf of our university's AAUP chapter. We have 75 currently active members. We took a poll. Overwhelmingly, our members support the vote of no confidence. And I just want to point out a few things. First of all, I want to remind everybody that this vote is not on the indictment letter itself. I know this has been said before, but I think it bears repeating. This vote is on your confidence in Dr. Kelly's leadership in itself. I think to address Nick's question, to me, and I think to a lot of AUP members, the outcome for this vote will hopefully be accountability. Accountability to taking faculty perspectives and faculty input seriously, and not, being able to dismiss it as a small group of faculty or as something that you can just listen to and ignore. I would also like to remind everybody that we, particularly our AAUP Executive Committee, we have given Dr. Kelly many opportunities to incorporate faculty input. We've given him many suggestions throughout the summer since April about the budget, about how to address faculty concerns. And today, what I heard was him mostly defending his decision-making up to date by explaining his decisions, but not committing to change any of them and not committing to change his leadership approach. He's not pledged to listen more. He's not pledged to address the disconnect that's happening between him and faculty, which he acknowledged in the press earlier today. Much less implement any change in plans based on input from faculty. And I think certainly we can all agree that the circumstances put him in a very difficult position, but blaming the circumstances purely rather than taking any responsibility is extremely troubling to me. There needs to be some kind of accountability so that there is some sort of responsibility taken in this, in all of these complex issues. I would echo what some other people have said, that meeting with people, because Dr. Kelly has talked about this a lot, meeting with people in itself is not shared governance. Shared governance is taking people's input seriously and being accountable to it. And I think that, also it's important to remember that we as faculty are open to change. I think, for a lot of the folks that I've been talking to over the last several weeks, I think there's a misperception that some of what's behind this no confidence vote is that faculty don't want to change. And I don't think that's true at all. We want to be better. We want to make this university better. We want to serve students better. Students are absolutely our #1 priority. And many of us don't appreciate the implications that those things are not true. What we're insisting on is that we need to be part of the change, and we need to be part of making this university a better place, and we need to be more central to it. And if we're saying we're not part of it, then that means Dr. Kelly needs to do better. Refusing to change, refusing to acknowledge that, refusing to get better at communicating and engaging with faculty, right? This in itself is hurting our students and hurting our university. Supporting the no confidence vote, I believe and I hope will hold Dr. Kelly accountable to making these kinds of changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Myrna Gant.
Okay, I think, am I visible and can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am here as a proxy for my colleague, Dr. Lori Kimbrell, representing the Department of Leadership, Research, and School Improvement. We have 15 faculty in our department. I'm speaking for our department, but also want to share some of my own thoughts about this. As a department, there are programs in our department that are leadership. We study this area. We think about it a lot. Many of us have been in very responsible positions where we've had to walk through some really, really difficult times. And so we certainly are very sympathetic to Dr. Kelly coming in terrible circumstances, as several people have noted, and I think graciously noted that none of us would have wanted to have stepped into that. We're also very sympathetic to the difficulties of everything that people have talked about, that Dr. Jenks have talked about. With all of that said, we also have some questions. We have many questions, and we have concerns about many of the things that our colleagues across the entire campus have expressed. And so we're also sympathetic to our colleagues across campus. With all of that said, I think that the questions that came up about where do we go from here? Where do we go from here, and how are we going to move forward are absolutely the essential questions. Because as an institution, we're going to have to take those next steps regardless of how this plays out. One of the things that I so wanted to see happen I wanted to see it move forward more so than it had when I was in the provost's office, but it was just difficult. The work was overwhelming, but it was so incredible for me to be able to work with people in divisions all across the campus and to begin to learn the worlds in which they worked. And I think that much of what I'm hearing today has to do with feelings and perceptions of disrespect on all sides, and I think they're accurate. I think it is accurate for faculty to have felt disrespected. I think it's accurate for the president, the provost to feel likewise. And so, perception matters. Perception matters, and trust matters, and meaningful communication where people feel like they have been heard, where they have had an opportunity to share their feelings without being concerned how those might be taken. All of that matters. So going forward, what are we going to learn from this? What can we as an institution learn from this? To return to that thought, what I really wanted to see happen, and I hope this can happen, and this is kind of something I'm hoping will come out of all of this. is that as an institution, the divisions that we're going to make an effort to get to understand how our worlds work. So that academic affairs, which is a very different division from the other divisions of the campus, that people will understand that we work with different parameters and constraints than the rest of the division does, the rest of the institution does. And that then we will turn around and we'll make that effort to learn how those divisions function. I would love to see faculty, because of maybe arising out of this very challenging situation, faculty to arise and say, you know what, I want to learn how parts of the institution work, and I want to be able to become informed and educated so that I can contribute in ways that are going to be incredibly meaningful and my voice is going to be heard. And I want to hear that same thing coming from the other parts of the institution. I saw a letter that came from another division, a vice president from another division, and I personally found it insulting. So I'm hoping that out of this incredibly difficult situation, no matter how it plays out, we're going to learn how to work more effectively together, and we're going to become more responsible in listening to one another and recognizing that we need to listen, and we need to hear, and we need to reach out, and we need to help people understand and grow. So how can we heal and go forward? That's what's foremost on my mind right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Myrna. Connie Barber.
Thank you, Myrna, for foods for thought, because I do agree with that. The biggest reason I am from the School of Nursing, I am a tenure track faculty who does not have tenure right now and did not feel the need to send a proxy. Neither did any three of us, all three who are sitting as senators, did not send proxies. I am speaking up mostly because I want to make sure that people realize the amount of silence and those who are vocal. As Matt said, 76 in the AAUP. What percentage is that of the total faculty? 100 people signed the petition. What percentage is that of the faculty? It is not the majority. And I don't want to be quiet, because I believe if through my silence, I show I agree with the minority. And so I just want to let you know, when we did speak to our faculty in the School of Nursing, they don't even know this is going on. They are nose to the grindstone, working hard. In nursing, we have done as much face-to-face teaching as we can and hybrid, and we're making it work. We don't have the option to, we social distance, we wear a mask, we take our temperatures, we screen our students. When we get the health services response, we're working with it, we're working. And for us to go forward means that we need to start working. This isn't going to change this situation for probably another year. And it hurts me to hear people say, they're not being communicated to the way they need to be communicated to. Are you being selfish? Are you really thinking of everybody, the majority? And so that is, I just cannot be quiet, because I want people to know that I believe I represent a majority. There's a lot of people who are quiet. And I don't think it's out of fear. It's out of because they've got other things going on. Like I said, I could keep rambling, but that is the reason why I speak up. Thank you.
Kale Self.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks everyone for indulging me with a little bit. I want to speak with three different hats on. First of all, as the chair of the Institutional Planning Committee, one of the challenges that we have had recently is figuring out what it is that we do. We had a long meeting, almost 2-hour meeting on Wednesday to kind of figure that out. And one of the things that we got from our ex officio members from the provost's office is some really clear direction. I think Dan has helped with that. And I really look forward to working on the strategic plan, which is part of our charge as the Institutional Planning Committee with the provost and with the president. And one of the concerns that I have as the chair of that committee was how we were going to be involved and if we were going to be involved. And I know that it took a little bit of doing, but I think my biggest issue was that I didn't really understand how faculty were going to have input. And there has been a lot of that in terms of the strategic plan. There's been a lot of hemming and hawing about the name of it and that the pillars were given to us. And, you know, I'm of two minds about that. But honestly, I hear faculty saying we are willing to change, that we are willing to, you know, become something that our students need, yet we object to this name because it's, anyways, I don't want to get into a verbiage argument about that, but that's concerning to me. Secondly, I'd like to speak as a representative of the former College of Arts and Humanities, because that's what I was elected to be. I received, like many of my colleagues, many emails and private messages about this upcoming vote, most of them in the last 24 hours. And for me, it was mixed messages. There were a lot of people that were very on board with this. I had some people that were very much not on board with this for a variety of reasons. And that leads me into the third one, which is just me personally. I'm a little concerned that, and I understand, Matt, thank you for making the statement that we are not voting on the letter, but that we are voting on our personal confidence in President Kelly's leadership. But I'm just a little concerned with some of the things that have been listed that have led us to this point that may not be accurate and may have been shown not to be 100% accurate, or more accurately, may just be because a lack of understanding, a lack of perspective, because you know, it's our job as faculty is not the 30,000 feet view. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be involved with that at all. I mean, on the contrary, this is my second stint on Faculty Senate. I am very passionate about being involved in faculty governance. But I just feel a lot of mixed messages in everything that's going on. For instance, we had someone, and I apologize for not being able to remember who it was, that mentioned things about the budget in May and not being contacted about that. And I just pulled out my phone and found 3 emails from late May from the provost and the president detailing what was going on with the budget. So I'm just kind of curious as to, you know, I feel like we're kind of pushing this in a direction based on information that we may have, and I'm not going to say that it's personal at all, because it's not. I mean, there are obviously issues, and this disconnect is very real, and it's something that we need to work on together. I am not personally convinced that a concern about the type of communication that we have between upper administration and our faculty is the same thing as having no confidence in the direction that our university is heading. I think that the problems we have are not only solvable and healable, but I think that they are easily solvable and hearable from my perspective personally. And again, I'm not saying that as the core representative. I'm not saying that as the chair of institutional planning. That was just my personal. So thank you, Dan, for your time, and thank you everyone for being here and giving your input to this meeting.
Patrick Hadley.
Yes, thank you for the time. The point I want to make is in support of the faculty in the Department of Mass Communications. I think it's important for us to note we were a part of the College of Social Sciences, and you know, a large number of our faculty are, we're concerned about the transformation. We're sensitive to the struggles that our colleagues are experiencing. We did an internal vote, and what I found in doing an internal vote is there was a percentage of our department that was in support of the resolution. There was a smaller percentage of our department that was in opposition to the resolution, but the majority of our faculty were voted to either explicitly abstain or did not in the vote. And some individuals, and we talked earlier about perception, earlier about silence. Some people there was a question as to those who didn't vote or who abstained, a concern whether some of them did so because of this perception of fear. Others may have abstained because of a lack of clarity about the situation or about the details and the facts. And as some earlier representatives mentioned, some people, some of the faculty didn't have full information about, full details about the issues, about the concerns. So, what I wanted to emphasize on behalf of our department is we're committed to the university, to the faculty, and we wanted to make sure that it was clear that that faculty who may not have a explicit position on the vote or may not have articulated an explicit position on the vote, there are multiple reasons why that may be the case. And it's not clear that all of those justifications or explanations will be manifested or explained today. And hopefully that's something, and as others have mentioned, that's something that I personally hope that we can address moving forward in gaining the clarity and the collegiality and the support of each other that I think that we all want.
Patrick Urban, please.
Yes, I represent the former COA, and also within that English. I received a feedback from the majority of my tenured and tenured track colleagues in the or former department who I will be representing. But I wanted to speak to a term that came up as a justification to the reorganization, and that term was modernization, that a number of units, primarily the newly constituted CACSI, required modernization, whereas presumably then other units did not. I don't want to do any pitch of one unit against another. Rather, I'd like to suggest that there has been right from the get-go, but specifically as a justification for the reorganization, a presumption of understanding what some of the problems are, who we are, and what our expertise, lack of expertise, or respective lack of innovative teaching, research, publishing, and service might be. I think there's been too much talk today about the budget because the budget is what it is, and I truly appreciate the hard decisions that had to be made. My concern is much more about problems with preconceived notions about the faculty, what they have dedicated to accomplishing in their units, and how they have served their students most of all, what they have built, initiatives, programs, majors, minors, graduate degrees, which have been growing when many other universities have actually hurt much more. So that is a problem I want to put a little bit more in the forefront of our discussion, that we have incredible expertise, we have incredible teaching, and I feel like there's been a lack of effort to truly understand that expertise and to also consult that expertise. And back to the modernization, I don't feel like I've actually responded to several of the surveys that came out later in the spring and summer, asked many times what was behind this idea of modernization, because I believe we all want to innovate to serve our student better. But I've not yet heard a good explanation of what was to be modernized about some units, but not others. Thank you.
Shelley Ullman.
Thank you. I just want to say a very brief thing, and that is, for years we kept hearing about how the faculty needs to be engaged. For years we heard engagement. We are finally engaged. Well, we've been engaged, but we are now really, truly engaged from all of the participation in forums and meetings and Senate meetings. And I think it would be a disservice to let the opportunity of engagement, of this engagement, go away and not collaborate. And I think what I think is the perception is that the faculty are, I feel personally, sometimes not appreciated for that engagement. And I would hope that we take advantage of this opportunity, that we work together, that we understand and acknowledge in each other that everybody wants what's best for the students and the institution. And let me also say that I'm here as representative of the theater department, the theater faculty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. I see, Nick, you have your hand up again, I think, so I'll turn.
Very brief, because I've already spoken. I think that Myrna really hit the nail on the head, that there are a number of people that feel disrespected. And in terms of the question of how to move forward in a healthy and positive way, I would really love to hear what Dr. Jenks and Dr. Kelly have to say before any vote is held.
Well, I can tell you that Dr. Jenks Dr. Kelly had a 4 p.m. Meeting, so he is not here.
Okay.
Dr. Jenks is welcome to weigh in again if he wants. It's an open floor.
I am here, Dan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead if you want to. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, and I appreciate you asking. And it is true. I'm sorry. I do have a hard stop. I'm going to have to go soon. One, I've appreciated this entire discussion. There are plenty of things that I would, chime in on for clarification or whatnot, as is with any discussion and debate. But many of you have said it eloquently, and that's correct. I've said it myself. There is a disconnect. For me, a lot of that disconnect has come from circumstance. For me, the university that many of you are describing, that's the reason why I work for universities in the first place. It is that collaboration. It is that innovating together. It is that problem solving together and trying to set up meaningful structures to do that, because we do have different jobs, and there are certain things that I have to do as president that I'm sure others would like to do, but that's just not the way we're structured. Since I've come here, we've had a lot of barriers to that, and some of that is my fault. There's no question about that. When so many people report on communication issues, there's no way for me to accept that audience feedback isn't the result of the speaker's effort. I mean, that's communication 101. It's the first thing that we teach students in public speaking class. So I appreciate all of that feedback. I have not felt like my communication efforts were meeting the needs and expectations of all of you. Quite frankly, I don't feel like my communication efforts have met the needs and expectations of lots of different constituent audiences of the university. Some of that's just circumstance. Can't do the work that we normally would. Can't go out and get to know people. Farouk, when I came to his department, I ran into him in the parking lot afterwards, and he said, let's get a cup of coffee. Getting a cup of coffee right now is a little dangerous, right? But I would still accept that invitation. So if there's any question about whether we need to do differently as a university, whether I need to do differently as president, whether we need to, the way in which we build a new academic affairs administration, which will occur soon. If there's any question about whether we're going to do that with the goal of creating the type of university community that sets an example for students in how complex organizations work and work through challenges, work through disagreement, make no mistake, that is certainly a goal so many of you have expressed, and I hear you loud and clear, because it's certainly my goal too. So any of my failings that have come since I started, I apologize for that. I often go home at night, waking up in the middle of the night, thinking about things that I didn't do, couldn't do, because sometimes couldn't do, it doesn't make a difference to you. It only makes a difference to me because we didn't get the correct outcome. And I believe that so much of what a university produces is all rooted in outcomes. If there's still a question lingering, and I'll clarify my position related on retaliation and fear. Nobody benefits from environments like that. Nobody. It doesn't create great university communities. It doesn't create administrations that get anything done. I'm going to say it again so it is 100% clear for everyone. I am always open to discussion and debate, and I expect the same out of my leadership team. And when we are not meeting that mark, then we'll make adjustments. Just like I hope when any of you are not meeting that mark, you will make adjustments too, because these are two-way streets, and they do result in different destinations sometimes. But that also means that I am totally open to disagreement, and sometimes we're going to walk away from the table on opposite sides of it, and understand that that is the nature of my job, and that's just the nature of things. But that doesn't go without discussion and debate. We haven't had the opportunity, at least in my view, to build a culture around this administration at all. Got a lot of new people. We're all trying to get to know the university and get to know the community and get to know the state, with a lot of limitations in getting to know all of those things and the people associated with them. That's disappointing. It's not disappointing because of this meeting. It's disappointing because that translates into so many students who aren't getting the type of college experience because of the same barriers. So I've taken a few pages of notes as a result of so many of the comments that were made today, and I appreciate that. Appreciate that feedback. Having that feedback have to result in a meeting like this is too bad. And when I said that I was disappointed with the views of my leadership, I wasn't disappointed in people expressing that. I was disappointed in myself because I am part of the reason why that exists. In the same moment, I want to say one thing. These jobs are very, very hard. And they're very hard because we're a state university. We do not have control over everything. And we have expectations from the state of Georgia about what we're going to produce to make a positive impact on economies, and communities. That's going to be a large part of what our discussion and debate is focused on moving forward. Higher education is changing. I have to help lead this university through that change. If there's any question about whether we can do that together, I don't feel any reservation about that. You'll forgive me, Dr. Williams, I can't stay. I have to step out at this point. I'm grateful for all of your feedback, and I am also grateful to be part of this university community, despite all of our struggles. Thank you.
Thank you. People have been here for a while. Obviously, you've been here for a little over 3 hours. So I want to give everyone a chance to speak who wants to speak. I also want to be expeditious about this. I have 2 more requests to speak, I think, for people who would like to speak. The first one, Patrick Hadley, I know you just spoke. I see your hand is still raised. Did you want to speak again? Okay. Then I will go to Baruz, Sefna.
Thank you, Dan. I really had hoped that Dr. Kelly would be online. Dr. Kelly, are you still there, or have you actually left? I guess he's left.
He can hear you, Baruz.
Sorry, say that again?
He can hear you.
He can hear me? Okay, great.
He's packing up to leave.
All right. Okay, well, I would like to speak in effect to him and make a few points. One is that I absolutely understand the realities of the system office and several things that he is constrained to do. That is important. There are a lot of directives that come from the system office. I also understand the realities of the budget situation. These are very real, and I want to commend him and Dr. Jenks for not cutting faculty positions. That's a major thing that you did, and I certainly appreciate that a lot. But there are some things that our colleagues have said that if I had had the ability to whisper into your ear, Dr. Kelly, I would have told you this, that there is the profound word that keeps coming up again and again is disrespect. There is a lot of disrespect that people are feeling. Disrespect for the past, disrespect for how good this institution is. VP Haven's letter, which someone else referred to, said something about this only means that we will change the culture more rapidly. I was extremely taken aback and offended by that. Now, I know you don't write that letter. I understand that. You know, I've lived that life, and you're not responsible for letters that other people write. But it does make me worry and wonder about that. What exactly is so bad about our culture that it needs to be changed? Yes, all change is a reality of life. We all have to change. I have changed, my colleagues have changed, and we embrace that, and we are happy to go through that. And sometimes it feels uncomfortable, but we still understand that. So that is normal change. But aside from that normal progression, the impression that people get is that this team thinks that there's something inherently wrong about this wonderful institution. And that is very hurtful. And extremely so because we are a vibrant institution. We are doing exceptional work in teaching, research, service to our students. We're doing that all the time. The one problem that there was when you walked on campus was the declining enrollment. And of all, whoever you want to blame for it, I mean, Charles Hodges blamed Dr. Marrero, someone else may blame someone else, but for sure, it wasn't the faculty who take that blame. Now, I believe, and you know that I have volunteered to you, that I would do my part to help that. So all of us are in this together. So I'm not abrogating that responsibility, but I am still very puzzled at this belief that seems to come through that we weren't UWG before you walked on campus. That name is exceptionally offensive. And I have read this on previous versions and so on, and the AAUP website, and it is exceptionally offensive. I know that there are some people who trivialize this. We have to become other, maybe grow more. That is absolutely acceptable. But become UWG? No, sir. We are UWG. We have been UWG. And I would have, if I had the ability to whisper in your ear, I would have said, there are so many things that are troubling people. Pick a few and give in on them. More than your talks about defending your actions, it would have played much better if you had come to us today and said, okay, you've listed these 10 things. Here are several of them that I'm prepared to bend on. I'm prepared to give in on. It is, and I know that this has, I've had conversations with other colleagues. You don't respond to emails you don't want to respond to. That is mind-blowing. That is disrespectful. If someone sends you an email and you just choose not to respond, you won't respond. I have been in higher education for a long time, and most of that time we've had email. In my earlier years, there was no such thing as email. I don't recollect any time that I've not responded to a message, whether it's someone without power, whether it's someone completely uninfluential. That's the way we communicate. That's email. Of course, you could pick up the phone and call. That would be even better, or have a cup of coffee. That would be even better. But these are easy wins for you, Dr. Kelly. These are easy things. The change of name, the names of the pillars. These are easy giveaways. What blows my mind is that you're not giving on the easy ones. Email, that kind of communication. These are things that would show good faith. So I'm taking you up on your comment about non-retaliation. This is what I would tell you if I had access to you, and if we had access to you. This is the kind of thing that we would tell you. Give up on the unessential, the things that don't shake your basic idea of moving the institution genuinely forward. There are things that are hurtful. There are things that are offensive. Your disrespect of the past. Let me talk again about Dean McIntyre, a dean who is the most senior dean, arguably, and I make this hypothesis, but you can check it out, the biggest fundraiser currently on campus. She has done, the biggest administrator who's still on campus who has fundraising. Why on earth would we give up that capacity? And I understand more than probably most people that it is the prerogative of the president to choose his or her own team. We understand that. People serve at the pleasure of the president, administrators do. We respect that. I myself have lived that life. I understand that. But this is a matter of just a short while. This is a matter of a very short while. This is a matter of, you could have talked with her if something bothered you and said, okay, we need you to work on this. We need you to fix this. But it's a matter of a short while, a year and a half, and she would have left on her own terms. These are easy giveaways, Dr. Kelly. These are easy things. This has got nothing to do with the pandemic. This has got nothing, emails is not related to the pandemic. Dr. McIntyre's treatment of Dr. McIntyre is not related to the pandemic. It's not related to the budget. It's not related to most of these things that we have heard these reasons or excuses all through today's session. This has got nothing to do with it. The word becoming UWG has got nothing to do with the pandemic. You could yield on that. You could empower a committee. You could have faculty elect people to this committee and say to the committee, you think of a name. These are the kinds of things I would like to have happen. A president has that prerogative. You've talked about a vision. You have the right to set a vision. This is not a vision. I listened to, because I believed in you. I believed in you. I listened to your 1 hour presentation. You spoke for 1 hour on these 3 pillars. This is not a vision. It's a part of a strategic plan. You could yield that to a genuinely faculty elected committee. Yield that and let them come up with some ideas, and you will fulfill your agenda because you will deal with them. So these are the kinds of things that I would most passionately but respectfully tell you, Dr. Kelly, please listen. Please give in to a few things. Please come to us and say, these are the things I'm willing to compromise on. Please communicate with us. These are the things that would be a positive step forward, in my opinion. And I'm fully cognizant of the fact that my opinion, the typical phrase was that and 50 cents would buy you a cup of coffee. Well, today that phrase is that and $3.75 will buy you a cup of coffee. But anyway, that is my opinion today. And that is what my advice would be to you to help the institution. We heard nothing of that today. That distresses me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sathna. We have one more speaker in the queue. I have received requests from people asking if I could hurry this along. Of course, as the chair, I am obligated to allow debate to continue, but I would encourage the speakers to, from this point forward, to realize there are people who are fairly eager to call the question to vote. So I will turn things over to Mark Fawcett.
Okay, I come here as a representative of the former College of Science and Mathematics at large, and I was specifically asked to contact members of the former mathematics department, both within MSAT and University College, both the instructors and the professors. It's very, very interesting, the dichotomy response I got. The instructors I spoke with said that they support the vote of no confidence. I particularly had one long-term instructor who said he says the restructuring has been a disaster. On the other hand, I have 2 full professors who've contacted me and said the whole idea of a no confidence vote is a bad idea, that the damage to the university will take years to undo. We're in the process of a provost search. It may interfere with us recruiting faculty, it may interfere with us recruiting students. And he also said that even though Dr. Kelly may not be good at communication, he said that the faculty senate is not good at communication either. So he says it's a little bit on the hypocritical side. He also said that the SGA has sent a letter supporting Dr. Kelly, the staff supports Dr. Kelly. However, as I said, the instructors support this vote of no confidence. And from my perspective as a member of the former Department of Mathematics, I do not understand why my department was ripped apart. Half the faculty went to one college, half the faculty went to another, but the vast majority of the credit hours left the math department. We had the most committed group of instructors I have ever seen in mathematics. The people who are not tenure track are dedicated to teaching the students, but the people who are tenure track are the ones who make the policy. And we need to be together if we're to do that. We need feedback from each other. So for me, when Dr. Kelly says he's looking for meaningful structures, what I've experienced is he has destroyed the meaningful structures. He's destroyed the department structure. He's merged 3 colleges together into one with very little input, it seems to me, from the faculty. So I'm very conflicted over this vote. I'll put it that way.
Well, thank you. Well, seeing no further hands raised, I think we are probably ready to call the question. So the default for voting, as I've explained before, is this anonymous poll. Some people have asked me about a roll call vote. I, as chair, have that option to call for a roll call vote and will not exercise it in this case. I will protect people's anonymity. However, if any senator wants to call for a roll call vote, that is your prerogative, and it only requires one. This would be your opportunity to do it if you're planning to do it. Otherwise, Colleen, I think we're ready to proceed with the vote.
Okay. All right, let me get my ducks in order here. And we have a request
okay.
for a
We
roll
have a
call
request from Myrna Gantner to go for the roll call vote. So we don't need the poll. We'll go down through the list.
Okay, so what I've done is I've made a spreadsheet. So I think in the essence of transparency, because we're not in the same room, I'm going to share that and then go down the line, if that's okay.
Yes.
All right. Banford. Oh, and I guess I should say, if you could do a voice vote, I'll also,
Can we explain the vote just so
yeah,
we know what?
While you're explaining, I'll get my.
Okay. Yes. So what you are voting on is the motion that Dr. McCandless made 2 hours ago, I guess, or 2.5 hours ago. The motion is that the faculty senate, as a representative body of the faculty at UWG, declares that it has no confidence. Has no confidence in the leadership of President Brendan Kelly. That's all the motion states. There will be separate votes for there will be a separate vote for a vote of the general faculty, but this will simply be a vote of no confidence in President Kelly's leadership taken by the Senate as the representative body at UWG.
Question. So yes would mean a vote of no confidence. No would mean against a note of
Exactly.
Vote of no confidence.
If you say yes, you are voting in favor of the no confidence resolution that Dr. McCandless proposed. And if you vote no, what it means is you oppose that no confidence resolution.
Can you see the poll? I mean, can you see the sheet?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I cannot get back. I don't know how to get to the meeting, and it's almost 4 o'clock. So I can't see the chat. So Dan, could you just keep an eye on the chat if there's a vote entered there, and then I'll just go down the list. If you can
Yeah.
say out loud, and if there's somebody who can't get to the thing, just let me know. Okay, Banford?
Yes.
Barber?
No.
Barrett? Oh,
Yes.
wait.
Peralta.
Yes, if you're a proxy, please answer for the person that you're proxying
Yes.
for. Okay, thank you. Yes. Boumanier?
Nothing in chat. Boumanier, are you still in the meeting? Amin Boumanier. Oh, yes. Okay. Privately, I got the vote. Yes.
Okay. So yes. Okay, I found the sheet so I can call the sub name. I apologize for the lag. Okay, where are we? Branyan.
Yes.
Bruce Bird for Chang.
Proxy for Chung, yes.
I apologize, Chong. Anya Rimsagen for Corley.
Yes.
Deweese.
Georgina Deweese, I don't see anything in chat. Georgina, you here?
Let me see if there's a, okay, I can pull up. Oh, I can pull up the chat. All right. Yes.
Have
Okay.
you heard from?
I have not heard from Georgina, so I will leave it blank.
Okay.
Elman.
No.
Oh, wait, here she's coming back in. I'm sorry, what did you say, Shelley?
No.
No. Georgina, we're holding the vote. I know you've just come back in. It's a roll call vote.
Roll call vote on the no confidence resolution. Yes is in support of the no confidence resolution. No is opposing it.
All right, I'll come back. Sorry, my desktop is a mess right now. Without the proxy's name, what is the point of being a proxy? Look, I'm doing the best I can. So I apologize for the fact that there's, not a proxy in this column. But that is a good point. So I don't know what to do. Okay,
Well,
Patrick Urban.
Yeah, I think when the minutes are taken, it will show the proxies.
Yeah,
This will not appear in the minutes, so I don't think we have anything to worry about there.
Yeah. All right, let me get my bearings here.
Okay, Patrick Urban, I think is what you were.
Patrick Urban.
Yes.
William Fawcett.
Yes.
Fuentes.
Yes.
Galt.
Based on input from my department, yes.
Umminger for Geyer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Don Neely for Graphius.
Let's see, Don Neely sent me a private message saying, well, I thought she was going to still be here. She said at 4:36 she was going to have to leave soon after the vote, but Dawn?
All right, well, I'll come back.
Okay, we can come back now.
Green.
No.
Larry Shore for Gupta.
Yes.
Hadley.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Abstain.
Okay, thanks. Hanson. All right.
Yes.
Yes. You said yes?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Doms for Hill.
Yes.
Hodges.
No.
Barnhart for Ivory.
Yes.
Hara Pasmino.
Abstain.
Kellison.
Yes.
Myrna Gantner for Kimbrell.
No.
Nice.
No.
Nadia Williams for Koshkas.
Yes.
Kramer.
I will abstain.
Lou Yan Voon.
Yes.
Mike Sinke for Lee.
No.
McKinnon,
Yes.
Mbai,
Abstain.
McKendry Smith,
Yes.
McCandless for McLean,
Yes.
Nickel,
David Nickel?
Georgina is back.
Okay.
David
Nickel
says
said
in the
yes.
chat.
Yes.
Georgina,
Yes. Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. We vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Ogletree,
Yes.
Pasha,
Yes.
Pazani,
Yes.
Reese,
No.
Richter,
No.
Self,
No.
Scullin,
Yes.
Snipes,
Yes.
Sterling,
No.
Crean for Swift,
The art program has chosen to abstain.
okay. John Upson for Tawhidi,
Yes.
Van Valen,
Yes.
Volkert,
No.
Janet Strickland,
I love that show.
Yes.
The Masked Singer.
Mary Cassis for Wofford.
No.
All right, I tried to create a thing where it would do the math for me, and obviously it is not working, so I'm going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. It passes. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. We have 32 in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 13 against. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 abstentions. When these go into the minutes for this meeting, I will make sure that the proxies are named as the voters and not the senator that has not been able to attend.
And one last text message, I think it would be fair to the person, Karen Grafias has asked to record her vote.
Okay. Grafias?
Yes, I vote no.
Okay.
14
So we
is.
have
Okay,
14.
well,
Yes.
the motion carries 32 to 14. And that's what the minutes will record with the roll call vote recorded in the minutes with the names of the proxies recorded. Well, I know everyone is probably exhausted at this point that we've been here for nearly 4 hours. We need to take care of some other orders of business related to this. I think we'll probably not be able to do everything today, but it's essential that we now vote on the parameters of a vote for the general faculty. Several people have requested a vote for the general faculty for multiple reasons. It's also quite routine in these cases. As I explained, it's what Columbus State did in 2010. So I think from the very beginning, with the impetus for the people who requested the no confidence vote. The assumption was always among the people that I talked to that there would be an opportunity for the general faculty to vote. According to our policies and procedures, the only people who are full-time faculty are allowed to vote in Senate elections, and the Senate itself is apportioned to represent only full-time faculty. So there are 512 full-time faculty at the University of West Georgia, according to the count that I received from the IEA yesterday. And I think we would be on questionable constitutional grounds, I guess, if we extended the vote beyond the full-time faculty. So my proposal to all of you would be to call for a vote of the full-time faculty. We would need to decide a couple things. First of all, when that vote would take place. For example, would it open up on Monday and close on the following Monday, giving people a week to vote? How do we want to do this? And the second thing that I think is maybe an even more, I guess, important issue would be the question of, do we say that the motion passes if it's a simple majority of the faculty, as opposed to, I guess, a majority of all of the full-time faculty at West Georgia? That is, do we need 277 votes for this to pass, or do we simply need a majority of the people who are participating in the election? I think no matter how it's conducted, there will be in the report a percent of the full-time faculty who voted. So if we only have, say, 45% participating in the election, that would be recorded and would go to presumably the Board of Regents or anyone that asks about it. However, with that said, I think I've received some requests to have this vote simply count as passing if a majority of the faculty vote in favor of it. I think there are no rules on that at either the level of UWG or USG, but it would accord with the way that we've always conducted Senate elections. That is, a majority of the people voting would be enough to pass a motion. So I have one private message saying that a request that the number participating in the election exceed 50% or that the vote be null. It says otherwise there is no quorum. So that's one point of view. I'm opening this up to general discussion. We can see what various people think on this, and then I'll call for a motion and a second on whatever people decide. But I think it would be appropriate for people for a variety of people to weigh in. Question: would a majority include abstentions among those voting? Well, I mean, if it's an electronic ballot, you could have the abstain option, but abstain is for a vote at that level, that is in the privacy of your own home in front of your computer, sort of like a vote for a Senate election. Abstain just means you don't participate. So if you're abstaining, then your vote is not counted either way. And abstentions would only really become an issue if we did say that there have to be I guess a majority of those voting. I mean, if we said that 50% of the faculty have to participate, I don't think that we could count abstentions as participating in the election. So we have a couple of suggestions here. And by the way, I guess we need to go back to our rule about the chat function. I didn't really want the chat function to become a primary means of speaking. So let me start recognizing hands. Emily McHenry Smith.
I was just wondering, I don't remember who you said had requested the request that you just presented, but if someone could share the rationale behind the request to have the majority of faculty participate in the vote.
Well, Okay, I got a private message on that just about 2 minutes ago. Are you comfortable speaking out? If you raise your hand, I'll recognize you. That is, if it's a private message, I'm not going to identify the person unless the person asks to be identified. There's a request for rationale behind this. Does anyone want to, does the person who raised this point want to speak to it? Maybe not. Let me see. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, Charles Hodges.
Yeah, on this one, it was just that, to me, this is a vote of the membership, is what we should treat the faculty as, and as the 512, if it's a vote of the membership, it should be at least, in this case, a 512, 257 voting. I don't really care how they vote, and I would count the abstentions just to say that a majority actually did enter an opinion upon the question. Whether they vote yes, no, or abstain, I'd like us to get to at least 257 on that.
Okay, Nadia.
I guess I would say that we should encourage voting from everybody, but I'm concerned that some sectors on campus may have different feelings about it, and there may actually be discouraging of voting. So Connie talked earlier about how nursing is not concerned, and I can attest to that. When I talked briefly with somebody I know in nursing about this upcoming vote, and the person said, A, she had not heard about it, and B, she said, I am not telling anybody that I heard anything. I am not discussing this with anyone because this is the sort of thing that gets people fired. So after that, it was like, okay, but that's my concern. If that is the environment in some departments or programs, and I hope that's not, I hope this is just an anecdotal kind of thing. But if that is the environment, then there may be entire programs that may not feel comfortable voting or whose leaders might not tell them that there's this vote going on. So unless there's a clear kind of way to communicate with everybody across campus, we cannot expect everybody to participate and expect a 50% participation rate.
Okay, very good. Heather, bye.
Sorry, I started my video without unmuting. I'm a political scientist and I've been here a really long time. There's not a precedent for setting a required participation rate in any general faculty votes that have happened since I've been here. We've always just done a majority. I do think we all need to participate, and there does need to be an abstention option so that people can actively abstain and not just abstain and appear to be ignoring the issue altogether, because those are different things. I abstained from the previous vote not because I don't support it and not because I support it. So I stayed here 4 hours to abstain on the merits of the question. I didn't just leave the meeting and abstain. So I think it's necessary to put an abstention in there, but I also think so people can actively abstain from the vote. But I also think we can't, because we've never set, and there's no precedent for doing it, a required majority to participate, or whether they vote any one of 3 ways. So that's just, that's my opinion, but I'm just looking at it from being able to justify it as a methodology, as a voting methodology. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, well, thank you. And then I think that answers Farouk's question as well. So I know it's late. And so again, I've always said to people as faculty senate chair, I do not want to, I guess, intrude on the democratic process in any way. So if people want to speak, I'm not going to try to stop that I'm not going to try to cut off debate. But I know a lot of people would like to move along. So here's my proposal. I think we could handle this with 2 votes. the first would be a vote to have a vote of the general faculty on this with 3 options: yes, no, or abstain. It would be the identical question that we've just voted on. That is the identical wording. And I haven't heard anything one way or the other regarding timing. I think we usually give about a week for most Senate elections. So just to pick dates, it could start on Monday, it could end on the following Monday, give people exactly 168 hours to vote, for instance, or something equivalent. I don't really have a preference, but someone needs to decide that. And then the second would be a narrow question, which would be how this vote would be counted as passing. And you'd have 2 options in the poll. It would be either the option that Charles Hodges suggested, that it doesn't pass unless 50% of the faculty participate, or the option that several people have spoken to, which is the option that it simply requires a majority to pass. So I'm not trying to intrude on anything, but what I would suggest would be doing those 2 non-binding polls in a sense, and then I'll actually call for a formal vote according to Robert's Rules of Order that will combine those 2 into a standard motion to actually authorize all of this, and that will require a motion and a second. But seeing no discussion, Colleen, could you create 2 quick polls for us? Polls
Okay,
that are
the first one?
So the first one is a poll to authorize a vote with 3 options: yes, no, and abstain, that starts on Monday. We can say Monday at noon, ends the following Monday at noon. So October 19th to October 26th, noon to noon. And let's see, have Mark, well, the floor is yours if you want.
My question is that when you decide to 50% participate, does abstain qualify as participating? And I would say yes.
Okay, and that was Charles's suggestion as well. So I think that's a reasonable definition.
Okay, so the first one, a voting poll among general faculty to have 3 voting options: yes, no, or abstain. That runs from Monday, October 19th, to the 26th, from noon to noon.
Greg, the floor is yours if you want.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I just had a quick question. Do we know historically on any faculty-wide votes what our participation rate has been?
We know for the Senate chair, I think it was, if we have 512 full-time faculty members, we were sort of barely cracking 50% or coming in just under that. Let me see if I can find the exact results. Colleen may remember them. I sort of have a vague idea that it was in the high 200s.
Nadja just put it in the notes, 208.
Okay, yeah, that was.
Okay, I wanted to make sure there was some precedent that we even typically approach 50% participation.
That one barely cracked it, but did.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Emily.
I am assuming that the vote will be held in Qualtrics.
Yes.
Some of the faculty that I represented have requested that the option to, like, we can use some of the options in Qualtrics to protect privacy. Specifically, some of them have requested that the IP address collection option be turned off.
All right, let me write that down.
If you need any assistance, not that you probably do, Colleen, but many people in the social sciences would know how to format a Qualtrics survey so that it does not collect any identifiable information about the people participating.
I will get with you about that.
Okay. So hopefully that will help address some of the concerns about that people would have about participating.
Yeah, it would be a completely anonymous poll. I mean, a completely anonymous vote, just like I guess if IP addresses are not even collected, it would be even more anonymous than the vote for faculty senate chair. We would have to rely on the honor system, because if we're saying that only full-time faculty have the opportunity to vote, then you know, we want to make sure people who don't fit that definition vote. But that
I'm sorry, if you don't mind, if we can generate a list of the email addresses of all full-time faculty, we can send a unique voting link to each full-time faculty.
Well, that I don't know. The AUP has been working on that. I don't know if it's actually good, if they actually have the capability to get to every single full-time faculty member. I think they have the majority, but
but if we can,
yeah, we can look into that. That might be a way.
Okay. I was just excited about the Qualtrics and knowing how to do fancy things.
Okay, that is awesome. I will talk to you about all these fancy things.
I would just like to say that every senator should encourage all the faculty to participate.
Yes, all the full-time faculty, I assume. If someone's just teaching one course, I think they're not eligible in the way that our policies and procedures define Senate representation. But yes, I would agree.
Right, all full-time faculty.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so the AUP list of faculty is near comprehensive. So I think the way that I would propose doing this, Craig and everyone, is that let's work off the AUP list, and let's say that the link will be sent. Colleen can handle this. Would be sent at noon on Monday. If you're a full-time faculty member and you did not receive a ballot, we could say email, then you should contact the executive secretary, and I guess she can look into the situation and make sure that a ballot is provided. I'm just concerned if I think the AUP list is near comprehensive. I'm just concerned if there are a handful of people that would not be covered by the AUP list. But I think that would be, this might be the fairest way to do it, to start with the AUP list, but let people know on the all fact list that a vote is coming. And if they believe that they're eligible and did not receive a ballot, that they should contact the executive secretary. And then,
I have a few people with hands up.
yeah, okay, so thank you for pointing that out. Let's see, Matt Franks, yes.
Yeah, I just want to clarify about the AUP email list. That's based on the faculty directory and based on department and program websites. So it's almost certain that there are people who got left off because the department website wasn't updated. So I just want to make it clear that I can't verify that our list is comprehensive.
Yeah, thanks. Elizabeth Kramer.
So the statutes define the faculty, and votes are generally taken of the general faculty. And like you say, it's mostly full-time people with a couple of exceptions, including emeriti and visiting professors and part-time faculty.
Okay, well, wait. Okay, so part-time faculty, they're
not included as the general faculty.
Right, they're not included. Okay, yes.
Yeah, so you're essentially correct.
Okay, thank you. There's a question, what is the incremental benefit of an all faculty vote? We passed the measure, will the USG look upon a faculty vote with any greater interest? I think the answer is yes. I mean, any institution can sort of set its own rules for what constitutes a vote of no confidence, because there's nothing in our statutes, there's nothing in the USG statutes regarding this. There are some universities that have those procedures actually laid out. But I think, and of course this is non-binding, but because of what happened at Columbus State and because of what has happened elsewhere, I think there's certainly a weight that's given to the entire faculty either voting or having the opportunity to vote. And Dina had another suggestion about FOIA requests. I guess I'll leave that to others to work out. I'm not sure the length of time for response to FOIA requests. My general sense is that it might not be possible to do it immediately, but that's another idea to consider. And Angela Pasha has something as well. So I think there are a lot of ideas. I think maybe this would be something, wouldn't necessarily require a vote, but something to be worked out. That the assumption would be that there'll be every effort made to get the vote of every full-time faculty member. Dina, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. I should have put that down. I put it in the chat. I'm fine.
Okay, very good. Okay, so second poll. Let's ask the question which you would prefer. What Charles Hodges proposed a few minutes ago, which is we require 50% threshold participation rate to pass, or this passes if there's a majority if a majority of the people voting support the resolution, no matter the size of the vote total. So two options.
I've had my hand up for a while. Can I?
Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But addressing to what you're asking, my proposal is that we notify everybody. We reach out to all the faculty. Everybody is notified. If people choose to be silent, that is their choice. So my suggestion is the vote. The final decision is whatever the plurality of the three options is, with the third column abstain, because that is expressing a vote. So I suggest that regardless of what the threshold is, regardless of whether we meet the 50% or not, whatever the plurality is, that is the decision. That would be my suggestion.
Okay.
This is Behrooz. I think you'd be best off if you followed the procedure that other votes follow. So that way you're not inventing anything for this particular thing. So for example, when we cast a vote on the vote of the general faculty by email, what is that procedure? I don't know the answer to that, but I'm saying you'd probably be safest to follow that kind of process.
Right. In other words, use the process that we've used before.
Correct.
For Senate elections.
Does someone know that? Heather, do you know that, the answer?
Of what process has been used before? I mean, most recently, I guess it was used for the faculty Senate election. I think
50% of the total votes received.
Okay. And so my suggestion, I'm not a senator, so I have no weight over here, but my suggestion is simply to follow whatever you did. So it's just 50% of the total votes received, and then you're best off because, as I said, no one can criticize you for inventing something just for this. If that was the last thing that we did for the election of the Senate chair, just stick with that. That's my suggestion, but it's a Senate vote. I'm shutting up now.
Yeah, seems like several people have spoken up in favor of that, but now we'll know exactly how the Senate feels when we have this quick poll, and then we can move from there to an actual resolution combining all of this. So, Colleen,
okay, so the options are a 50% threshold.
Yes.
Or the second one is plurality of the three options. And then I added an abstain because that's what we always do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, so this one goes first.
Yes, this is, I think we're ready for that poll. And then based on the results of that, I think we can call for an official motion combining everything.
Okay, so the first one is the tally preference.
Okay, I see two people wanted to speak. Maybe we should hold off for just a second.
You want me to end it and relaunch?
Yeah. Sorry, Elizabeth and then Farouk. So Elizabeth.
Briefly, our general policies say that it should be, a quorum is following Roberts, and Roberts says at a mass meeting, the quorum is the number of people present at the time. So plurality would be the number of people, 50% of the number of people voting.
Okay, thank you. Farouk.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm not a senator. As a general faculty member, my request would be to follow the precedent set by previous votes of the general faculty. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, yes. So Heather, yes, you said there are two questions.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead and explain. I'll give you.
Briefly, there's the question of how many votes we must get, 50% has been suggested. But it's whoever's present, meaning whoever chooses to take part in the vote, has been what we've done always. The second question is who wins the vote, which is 50% plus one, a majority, or is it a plurality? So there are two separate questions, and I'm not sure which one this vote is about.
Okay,
is it about who we are going to require to be on the vote to make the vote valid, to make the vote have a quorum, or is it about the outcome of the vote? Does that make sense?
I think it does.
There's some confusion.
I think we've probably been using language that's less precise than what a political scientist would use, and we may have even been using it wrongly. But what we mean is, can a vote pass if it has less than 270, if there are less than 277 votes in favor of the no confidence resolution, but it's the majority of the votes cast? That's what the question, I guess, is. And
okay, so I'm not sure which of those options I need to vote for to say yes to what you just did.
Well, let me look at the poll again.
The poll is that's not what the poll says exactly.
Okay. Colleen, could you share the poll, because it disappeared from my screen, so I want to see what the wording is. I didn't pay enough attention. Okay. Okay, I think, Heather, the option that describes what you argued for a few minutes ago is called plurality of the three options, meaning if more faculty vote for the resolution than anything else, the resolution passes. Even if there are, say, 2/3 of the people who vote abstain. That's kind of what it I think it means. Okay. Well, very good. I think we are ready to call for a motion, unless someone else has something. Elizabeth, you have your hand raised, I think.
Sorry, let's take it down.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so can I get a motion for to authorize a? Go ahead.
There's our
So
motion. We
moved.
need a second. I got a second.
I second it.
Okay. Very good. So the motion is to authorize a vote of the full-time faculty on the no confidence question that the Senate adopted, voting to begin Monday at noon, closing Monday, October 26th at noon, with secret electronic ballot and the majority, well.
Okay, wait a minute. So we're not doing the tally preference poll. We're doing the.
I guess, oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did. When I guess I was confused because I saw 100% for plurality of three options. I didn't realize
No, that was just one because we,
okay,
yeah,
right,
I know.
okay.
Because we
Okay,
ended
I'm sorry.
it. Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do this because I was confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's in progress.
Okay.
So 50% threshold, plurality of the options. Those are the two.
Yeah.
Everybody's tired. So it passes at 27. Once you get 26, it passes.
Okay, sounds good. So, okay, so we have two, we already have a motion on the table, I think, to accomplish what we want.
Yes, I can run that poll.
To authorize this vote and to then and to declare that the majority of the vote, not including abstentions, would be enough to pass or defeat the resolution.
Okay, so the wording that we had from before was vote to approve the following procedure. The vote takes place among general faculty from noon October 19th to noon October 26th with the following options: yes, no, or abstain. Are you ready? Passes.
Okay, very good. Okay, let me say a word regarding the last item of business. We do not have time to edit the letter, or so I want to just bring to your consideration, I guess, the question of next step. It is certainly, I think, customary and appropriate to report the results of the Senate vote to the faculty at large. That is going to go out in the newsletter of the Senate. Reporters have already been asking me to tell them the results as soon as the meeting is over, and I will do that. There was always the assumption that this would be communicated to the USG. Our resolution was rather simple and straightforward: vote of no confidence. It seems clear to me from the discussion that there was probably not unanimity, mildly, among all of the people who voted in favor of no confidence. I think the most honest way to handle this, when I say there's not unanimity, what I mean is there's not unanimity of reason. That is, we didn't actually adopt a formal list of charges to say we are voting no confidence for reason X. And so some people who voted no confidence would have had one reason for voting, and another group might have said, well, that reason wouldn't have been sufficient for them, or they didn't even agree with that reason, but they might have had a different reason. I think the fairest way to deal with this, with both the USG and the media, and I'll open it up for discussion, get your thoughts, is to say that the Faculty Senate adopted this resolution. And if there are further inquiries as to what might have been behind this, I would say the letter that was a letter of indictment is now a public record. This was not a letter adopted by the Senate, but it did lead to the Senate vote, and it is a statement of the concerns of many faculty, particularly the approximate 150 faculty members, give or take a few, who signed the letter. I think that would be the most honest way to handle this. As I said, I don't think we have time, certainly not time this afternoon, to adopt any sort of letter of our own, or to line edit the letter of indictment, which some people might want to do if we were to actually adopt something like this. So my proposal to you, just given in the time of day and where we are, would be to let things stand as they have been. That is, not to take any further votes. But I'm open to other possibilities. Certainly, many faculty senates that have issued resolutions of no confidence have actually spelled out charges in more detail. But I think there are reasons why maybe in this case, despite what I said earlier in my letter earlier this week, maybe this would be difficult to do for this group. So we have a couple of hands raised, actually more than a couple. Let me go to Ann Richards.
I'm just wondering if there'll be any kind of summary of the content of this meeting that maybe people could look at if they wondered why did the Senate do what it did?
Well, there will be minutes. I think the way that that Senate minutes have traditionally been taken in the way that Robert's Rules of Order indicates that they should be taken in most cases, focuses on action rather than speech. So I don't think that the content of all of the conversation during the 2 hours of conversation that we had would be, I guess, summarized and collated. If we did that, it would mark a departure from precedent that I think would need to be discussed, we could say, before doing it.
So
Mark.
what I
Oh,
what
go
I
ahead.
did,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah.
Go.
So what I did in the last set of minutes was, instead of transcribe or really give a lot of detail, because we're at 4 hours and 31 minutes now. So what I did for the last meeting was I would summarize from this time to this time, such and such was discussed. And then I found the minute mark timestamp in the recording. And then I hyperlinked the recording to where it was in the Google Drive. So that way people could go and know exactly where to find what they wanted. And then it would create a link that way. So it still preserves institutional memory, but it keeps Robert's rules in the minutes.
Okay. Mark.
I just want to say I agree with what you said. The motion should be that the faculty senate took this vote, but on the impetus of the indictment letter, but we did not adopt the indictment letter.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable statement. So I'm seeing some comments from the chat. I'll say, Nick. Nick.
Nick's had his hand.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nick.
No, I was just going to. I mostly agree with what Mark said. If anything is communicated with the media, I would just suggest humbly that we did not vote on that letter, and if there's inaccuracies in it, we got to make it clear that it's not a statement of the faculty senate. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah. I know several people have suggested that the Senate have what I guess one person called a better vetted letter, that is, I guess, investigate the facts behind the letter. That could be done. It would be a massive project. It would be a contentious project, I think. And I think I'm not sure if we could get a full agreement from everyone, but I'm open to further discussion on that. Let's see. Sure. Does anyone else want to speak? So I'll just move the chat comments into the general. I would encourage you, if you have a comment that you're thinking about making in chat, just to raise your hand. Marjorie.
Yeah, I just read the comment that Yvonne wrote, and I strongly support that. I think these issues are extremely serious. I don't think the minutia of every example needs to be explained, but the issues that Yvonne very nicely wrote, these were issues that were across colleges, maybe not universally, but they were in the majority of colleges.
Okay. So one possibility, I think, if we were to adopt that, would actually be to have a vote right now that would be separate from the no confidence resolution, but would be an explanation to say one possibility would be to actually just list these and say the faculty senate has taken its vote of no confidence based on these areas. And I think we could do that quickly. Matt has his hand up. Matt.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Jane also said, lack of shared governance as one of those issues.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at the poll options. I can actually do a single choice poll or a multiple choice poll. So if we wanted to put a list of the things in the poll itself, then we could have a vote on the specific ones, and the ones that don't get a vote could not be listed.
That would be
Make
great.
sense?
So in other words, people could choose as many options as they wanted, right?
Right. So if you guys say them out loud, I can enter them into the poll. So let me go to what Yvonne.
Okay, so I guess fear of retaliation, lack of meaningful communication, disregard for the institution's past and its people, lack of respect for shared governance.
Lack of shared governance.
Yeah, well, you can say lack of shared governance.
Are there any more? Wait, somebody said these 5. I only have 4.
Yeah, I had said 3 or 4 and I only enumerated 4. So it is just those 4.
Okay, so I've got fear of retaliation, lack of meaningful communication, disregard for the institution's past and people, lack of shared governance. Should I say lack or disregard? Lack of
I think disregard
for the institution's past and people, lack of shared governance, or disregard of shared governance. People are saying disregard. I think I'm going to change that.
Or even disregard for the principle.
Disregard for the principle.
My apologies, I don't have that hand feature, or I don't know how to use it. The word disrespect, I think, would be appropriate for you to consider. I just offer that respectfully for your consideration.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing. I thought somebody said lack of respect for shared governance.
Well, I was going, yeah, I mean, you could say that there, but I was thinking of it more in disrespect for the past, but by all means, put it into disrespect for shared governance. But I think the word disrespect needs to be in there. It sort of applies to both the disregard for the past or disrespect for the past or disrespect for shared governance. Put it in one of those places, whatever pleases you.
Okay, disrespect for the principle of shared governance.
If I may just add, I agree with Baruth. I think it should be disrespect for the past and disregard for shared governance.
Got it.
Because you're not respecting the past that was built. And now you're disregarding what everybody else has to say. That's my suggestion.
The historian in me agrees. Disrespect for the institutional past and people, disregard for the principle of shared governance, and principle I hope is PAL. I'm so tired. Lack of meaningful relationships with those he leads was a suggestion.
I think it's LE.
Okay. Of course it is, because I'm exhausted. All right, principle with an LE. Are there any more I should add?
Well, Jane McCandless said the lack of meaningful relationships with those he leads.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So I've got these 5. Okay.
You have lack of meaningful communication, but she was talking about relationships.
So we have fear of retaliation, lack of meaningful communication, disrespect for the institution's past and people, disregard for the principle with an LE of shared governance, lack of meaningful relationships with those he leads.
Okay.
Ready?
Anne
Marjorie
has her hand up. Anne.
I just wanted to say that I think that the meaningful communication, I liked what Sal had said earlier when he said it was like substantive dialogue. So I don't know if we could have something in there that was like substantive.
Lack
dialogue.
of meaningful communication and substantive dialogue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Marjorie, did I just forget to remove your hand, or are you? Okay.
Okay.
Actually, I had substantive consultation, and I think
Okay.
that I would prefer that.
Okay.
Thanks, that works. I just remembered you had substantive, which I thought was strong.
Got it.
Okay. Emily.
I'm just wondering if the poll will include an option for people who want to send the vote to the faculty without enumerating the anything on the specific list.
Oh, okay, sure. Well, so I think with the vote for the faculty, it's going to be just a simple statement. What we're voting on now is, I guess, explain a resolution explaining the Senate vote. But yeah, I think, yes, we should include that, Colleen, a vote to say, I guess, an option to say, don't enumerate anything.
Or just for me, I voted on the vote the way it was worded. And I feel uncomfortable without soliciting more feedback from my department, trying to vote on any of these other, I mean, there are definitely concerns people in my department had, but I did not specifically solicit feedback on all of them.
Okay, so what was the last one? So no bullet points at all. How did you word that?
I think it was for no official explanation to be adopted.
Explanation.
That is, we wouldn't even pass it. Just let the vote stand as is. There's also a suggestion that retaliation not be first. That's fine. I'm sure we can move it around. This is just to get the options on the table. Ilis, you have your hand up, I believe.
Yeah, I would like to suggest upon Myra Gartner's, I think I have your name right, maybe not, her comment, heal to go forward. Some type of a preamble or a signing off with regard to our good intent to make bridges or to find solutions or to find conflict resolution.
Okay. So maybe this could be included even as a brief clause, I guess, supporting clause, saying, you know, with the full intent to try to create bridges with the administration and or healing for the university. I mean, I'll let you say what you want in regard to the wording, but that's a possibility. That is, you could have this as a simply an introductory clause to a sentence if you wanted to.
Yes, yes.
So maybe that should be on the ballot as well. Just
I would agree. Yeah.
All right. What was it?
In the spirit of something like that. In the spirit of
heal to go forward. Well, that's what Myra mentioned, but with the full intent to, as Daniel mentioned, the full intent to build bridges and suggesting or
seek the best for the University of West Georgia, and to, are you saying, I guess the wording of what would be next would be most controversial. Are you saying with the full intent, you really want it to say that we want to build bridges to the administration, or we want to seek the best for the institution going forward?
Myrna just responded in chat. I'm sorry, I interrupted. It's so rude. I talked about, Myrna says in chat, we have to find a way to heal and go forward.
Mm-hmm. With the intention of finding healing for the university and go forward.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, so how do I word it? Is this an option to choose, or
it would be an option to choose? Yeah, this would be one of the points on the list. And of course, people can choose everything if they want to, but it would be one of them.
Wouldn't what we're talking about now, I would assume that there's going to be a little preamble to what we send. Wouldn't that go better in the preamble than
that's a good point.
One of our choices that with great solemnity, we took the vote and it passed a vote of no confidence. These were the reasons why. And then maybe in the conclusion, yet this is not where this stops. We have hopes that we will find a way to heal and go forward, and that the university community will continue to thrive and grow in the future, you know, something like that.
Yes, yeah. I think as a preamble and also concluding statement, as a framing, contextualizing this with good intention, good faith, good hope for where will we go forward and where will we end up.
But I don't understand something. If I may jump in, why would I say, I'm thinking out loud, why would I put that at a preamble in the spirits of going forward, et cetera? Do you vote no confidence against the president? I don't see that as the preamble is my point. I see that at the end, and it's like, and hopefully regardless of what the vote is, we want to move forward.
I think that's a good point. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does to
If
me.
this is what we want to put before the faculty to vote on, I think we need to get to the facts. And the facts are, there was a discussion that addressed the concerns of faculty overall at a Senate meeting. The Senate took a vote. We're now presenting the resolution to the full faculty. Something like that.
Yeah, get to the point, get to the seriousness of it, and then finish with good intentions, right?
Exactly. Regardless of what the vote is, we are going to move forward in a positive way, et cetera, et cetera.
That's right.
That's excellent.
Yeah, let's.
So that's not a thing to
for the people who've been waiting. Emily. Unless.
Sorry, I just could not successfully unraise my hand.
Okay, no problem.
I got it.
I think I cut someone off to get to you, but we'll return to the floor. Anyone want to, I guess, contribute more to the discussion? Okay, Rosemary.
Hi, I guess I'm just still a little bit confused about Emily's earlier question, which is this, are we voting on something we're sending to the faculty along with the ballot? Or are we voting on kind of just a resolution from the Senate itself, unconnected to the ballot that we're sending to faculty, just stating some reasons for why we voted the way we did?
I think the latter. In other words, the faculty are not voting on this, but I think in communicating the results to the USG and the public at large, the question is going to be, why did this happen? One option, of course, is not to say, and then people can just look at the letter, they can reach their own conclusions. But if we want to control the narrative in some way and actually have something to present to the USG, that's what we're voting on. Separately, if you want, I mean, we could vote to actually send this to the general faculty, though I would say the more things that we pack into a resolution, obviously, the greater the potential is for faculty to disagree. Mark. Okay, Angela.
I don't think the indictment letter should go to the general faculty, but perhaps some justification for us for our reasons for voting.
Okay, Angela, Pasha, that is.
Whether we send the justification to the full faculty, I think what we ask the faculty to vote on should just be the very brief measure of no confidence, not asking them to vote on any of our reasonings. My understanding is that outlining the reasonings was the communication to the Board of Regents, not part of what we're sending to general faculty. Is that right?
That's what has been generally proposed. I think there's merit in that. Sal.
Yes, I just wanted to I guess echo what Angela just said. My understanding is very clear. We are crafting a communication to the Board of Regents. That's one thing separate from the vote that we're sending to the faculty, which is on the resolution that we passed earlier by a 34-13 margin. Those are two separate things. One is the resolution to the general faculty, which is what they're going to vote on. And that is just the resolution itself as we voted on it. And then a separate vote for how do we communicate to the Board of Regents, whatever the result may be from the faculty or from the faculty senate. And that's where these different rationales come from.
Okay, well, I think we may be ready for the poll.
Okay, so let me go back to the poll. Where is it? All right, so I have lack of meaningful communication and substantive consultation, fear of retaliation, disrespect for the institution's past and people, disregard for the principle of shared governance, lack of meaningful relationships with those he leads, and the option of no official explanation to be adopted. Is that good?
I think so. Ilis, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Might I suggest that they lack or fear of retaliation be placed last?
Okay.
In some ways, it is the most potentially heating or issue for emotive response, or I think it would be better at the end.
All right. Moving things around. Okay. I have no official explanation to be adopted last, but fear of retaliation is right before that.
About that.
And I have retaliation. I need to change that. Okay. All right. Are we ready?
I think so. Let's run the
All right. I'm going to save. And all right. So many windows. Polling. Why are you sharing results? All right. Wording. Okay. Here we go. So you should be able to choose the ones that you like. Give it just like a minute. So we're at 38 seconds. I'm going to give it a full minute. All right, I'm calling it. Here's what we've got.
Okay. Well, it looks like every point received over 50%, though some barely. But I think based on that, the best resolution would include all of these. Oh, I know what we didn't do. We did not vote on whether to have any sort of preamble. That was Ilis's suggestion. And several people echoed that. Then I guess we need to have well, we can keep this poll. I mean, this poll was very valuable, but maybe a separate poll on whether to adopt a preamble, and maybe we can have a couple options on that. First of all, would be obviously a no preamble. Second would be introductory and concluding paragraphs, or simply a conclusion, which I think was also mentioned, that is one concluding sentence without anything in the prequel about wanting to build bridges or move forward, but just save that for the end. As I said, a concluding statement of good intent would be that option. Mark, you said the reason should be listed in the order of the votes for approval they received, possibly, although I think there's also maybe we should look at how it would actually read with that. I guess we should also look at the question of, does it read like a smoothly written sentence? Would be something we could look at, but certainly could consider all of that.
Okay, so I have no preamble, introductory and concluding paragraphs, and then the final option is one concluding statement of intent.
Mm-hmm. I think that's everything. If anyone can think of something that should be on this list that's not, I guess you can speak, but I don't see any comments. So I think we're probably ready to launch the poll.
All right, saving. About 10 more seconds. All right. So it looks like
Like
introductory and
introductory and
concluding
concluding paragraphs narrowly edges out the concluding statement of intent. So, okay. I guess that's a question. If we have introductory and concluding paragraphs now, what do you put in the introductory and concluding paragraphs? That
I'm running out of poll space. Just
right.
wanna,
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
I'm at 19. I can only have 25.
Okay, so we should be very selective. I think, I mean, Yvonne, I think that's reasonable.
Should I create a Google Doc and we can go from there?
Yeah, that would probably be the best way to do that instead of polls at this point. Maybe just start typing up something based on faculty suggestions that people give as you're writing in real time.
Okay.
Angie, you have something, I think.
On a little bit different mode, just so that I've got this clear in my head. When are we going to send out the faculty vote for the UWG chapter president of AAUP to be on the executive committee? Because that was also stated that that needed to go to the Gen Fac.
I think we could do it Monday.
I could do the vote for both of them.
Okay, I think that that would be an important thing to remember, that we need to do that also.
I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. Yeah, that's very important. I'm glad that that's not dropped.
Okay, so maybe we should separate the two. Somebody in chat, Sal, says not muddle the waters, so have two votes. So
Well, yeah, I mean, these are completely separate votes, but
so two separate polls, not have them in the same poll.
Right.
Two separate qualtrics.
But it would be pretty easy to run them at the same time, I think. I mean, the only reason we'd be running them at the same time is because the Senate voted to do two. I mean, both of these things came out of the same Senate meeting.
Yeah.
But
I could send two separate emails with two separate polls, just to differentiate between the two even.
May I speak? I know that I couldn't find the hand. I just wanted to clarify what I'm saying. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
To me, the most important vote that I think people need to dedicate attention to is the question of the no confidence vote. That's truly the most important thing. And because we're giving them that time frame of, you know, Monday through Monday, I think that for me, that's all people should be thinking about. It seems to me also that it's possible to send the other vote after the vote of no confidence vote has been taken care of. That would be my preference. Just that way people are focused on one thing and one thing only.
Okay, a couple people have agreed with you. So I guess, Angie, this is your committee's project, so.
Right, that's fine with me. I just would like for him to be taken care of, not in any bad way, but to be taken care of by our next exec con meeting, executive committee meeting, which we've got a month. So
Yeah, we have 3 weeks, I guess.
3
because-
weeks. So
but-
we could do this vote first, then send the vote out the next week. That would be fine with me.
That works.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you,
if I could,
guys.
this proposal about the AEP president position on the executive committee, this has been in the works for almost a year now, when it was originally proposed. So I don't see any necessarily urgency, and I totally agree with Sal. I think that the focus needs to be on the no confidence vote. You know, the question about the AEP representation in Senate is not urgent.
I still see, okay, Angela, Pasha, do you have, I see your hand.
I feel like it's agreed to put that off, but the other concern I had was if we run both votes at the same time, it would make it look like this is coming, the AAUP thing is related to this, and they're definitely not. So aside from the need to focus, we don't want to give that wrong impression.
Yeah, so point well taken, I think.
Okay, I'm sending an email out to all the senators with the link for the Google Doc. I will also share it in here in the chat.
Yes, here it is. Okay.
Oh, edit option. Oh, sorry, I'm changing.
That was from me, Colleen.
Yeah,
believe
I
it's
changed
because-
it. Now you can.
Oh, thank you. It must be
Now you
because
can add.
I am proxy rather than because I'm proxy. Thank you, Colleen.
Oh, I need to add you. Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah, you probably have about 15 people who might want to be added.
All right, if you want to be added, please let me know and I can send those out. I'll look for the proxies and add them all. All right, let's see. I'm going down the list.
How do I request to be added?
I'll add you. Was that you, Dr. Setna?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and it's Baru's in, right?
Baru's in Cessna, yes.
All right, got it.
But that's okay. I mean,
Okay, I'm almost there. All right, that should be everybody. No. Okay, you should see the invite in your thing now.
are we referring to the letter of indictment in this somewhere?
No, because we didn't vote.
We're just not, we're not commenting on it whatsoever, even to say that it was, it being public knowledge, even to say that the Senate has voted on a vote of no confidence, that is separate from the letter, or are we separating our vote from it in any way for the perception of, because there's various opinions upon the different merits, I suppose, or maybe facts or experiences that were stated in the letter.
I think the general sentiment has been not to use the letter as a basis for anything going forward. That was the, I guess, the discussion to move toward adopting a specific list of issues of concern was an effort to, I guess, move beyond the letter. So I think in the poll that was given, that I didn't, that using referring to the letter wasn't even an option, because at the time of the discussion, people weren't even talking about using that, referring to that letter. And in fact, several people specifically said they didn't want to use the letter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I was just overworking the point, possibly, to make sure that that would be perceived by any faculty member opening up this poll or vote.
I mean, the letter will certainly be known because it's part of the Senate agenda. So it's permanently accessible now via the university website. And it's also linked in numerous other places. There are many ways people can access that letter. So it is definitely a public document, but it is not a document endorsed by the Senate.
Correct, right.
My suggestion is, if we're going to have this short preamble, stick to those 4 areas that we mentioned earlier, the 5 areas. We can go and we can expand a lot more when we send the letter to the system. But right now, just as a preamble, the faculty senate met, the faculty discussed this, the faculty then voted, and now we're asking you to vote. The faculty, you know, just the 4 big or the 5 big areas of concerns without having to go into detail would be my suggestion.
Yes, I agree.
I'm gonna add those points.
So this letter actually goes to the faculty as well as the media and the USG. So does this sort of preamble, the whole letter preamble the poll? Is that what we are saying? I'm not objecting to it. I'm just seeking clarification.
I had to mute myself. My suggestion is that we're not just going to, people aren't going to open up an email, open up a link and say, vote. Do you vote of no confidence for him? This is the resolution. Just to give somewhat of a context, I would suggest that, what we're talking about now, that short preamble, just to give a context. And then immediately after the vote, yes, no, abstain. That would be my suggestion.
I think that's fine. Did I spell his name correctly? Is it A-N or O-N?
I think it's EN. All right, let me Google. Oh, I say Google Oracle.
Yeah, I think you spelled it correctly. Yes. I'll just double check that. Yes, it's BRENDAN. Yes. Okay, I think I don't see any further edits that people are immediately making, let me just, a few minor things. I think perhaps the best way to do it would be, okay, we have that first sentence, the Faculty Senate of the University of West Georgia voted no confidence in the leadership of Dr. Brendan Kelly as president. Perhaps we can give the date somewhere, the Faculty Senate of the University of, and then a second sentence saying the vote was 32 yes, 32 senators voted yes, 14 voted no, with 5 abstentions. Senators shared a wide range of reasons for voting this way.
Exactly.
And
this contextualizes it so that people know where does this come from, in case somebody, like we've heard some colleagues say, I think Nadia mentioned it, people who are like, oh, I didn't know this was going on when she first contacted. So we put it in context and we keep it short and just the facts.
32 in favor, 14 against instead of yes, no.
that's fine, yes. Five abstentions, yeah. Maybe not capitalize abstentions.
Should it be voted no confidence or expressed a vote of no confidence?
No, people voted.
I think voted no confidence works.
Okay.
So, I would say that unless there's a final edit, I don't see anyone really working on an edit right now. We're probably ready for a motion to adopt this document, this short document, as the Senate's official explanation of its vote of no confidence. Does that sound reasonable? I don't see any.
And this precedes the ballot itself, the options itself, correct?
Well, this would probably go in the email link to this. So the actual vote the actual ballot would be much simpler. It would say exactly what we voted.
It would be ours.
The resolution itself, the wording of the resolution itself.
But this would be, this would be the most of the email. I think there might be, for the faculty, for the general faculty, we would then have a paragraph here at the end, which we don't need to actually adopt as the Senate. I think we could, Colleen or I could probably write it ourselves that would just say, this vote is now going to the general faculty. You have until next Monday to fill out your ballot. It's something simple like that. But this is a generic document that, yes, would be shared with the faculty, and also, maybe most importantly, with the chancellor of the Board of Regents, and also to any media that people who inquire, any reporters. So in other words, it becomes our official statement.
I agree.
And sure, Angela, I think you asked the question, should we refer them to the recording of this meeting? I think it's always appropriate to point people to any record of Senate business if we want. Okay, do we have a motion to adopt this?
Hey, Dan, I made several comments on this. I just said on number 3,
okay,
I think we need to explain more in detail about what people mean. Disrespect for the institutions past and people. Go ahead.
Just it's.
Okay.
Faculty, staff, alumni.
I think what I had put originally was the institution's past and its people. That's all.
People, okay. And then fear of retaliation. I think that needs to be a bit more described. And what do we mean by fear of retaliation?
That only got 53% of the vote. I think if we start to define it more narrowly, we may have to legitimately go back and ask for approval. But okay, yeah, we can talk about it.
Retaliation against individuals and departments was entered into the chat.
Okay.
And colleges, I think, I think I remember.
By vote, having a vote of no confidence.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, what somebody had said.
Yeah.
Dr. McCandless had said.
Yes, indeed.
Or fear of retaliation for using a voice or sharing their voice.
Mm-hmm. For speaking out.
Yes, for speaking out.
Just fear of retaliation for speaking out.
I thought the item in the chat put it fairly well. I can't see it again.
Whoa. Fear of retaliation against.
Or for speaking out instead of against.
Or speaking out.
You know, I would even suggest putting fear of retaliation against individuals and put in parentheses, and we may not want to do this, and I'm okay with it, in parentheses, faculty, tenured, non-tenured, and or staff, because I had several staff members reach out to me and to say that the air of fear was very palpable among all of the university staff members. So, because we do want to make sure that we acknowledge them as well.
So should we say, instead of individuals, faculty, staff, departments, colleges?
How about colleagues?
Colleagues.
Aren't we all colleagues?
Yes.
Regardless of our rank?
I would just say fear of retaliation against colleagues for speaking out.
I agree.
And take out departments or colleges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's understood. Yep.
Okay, Myrna, I hear you. I think, yeah, you're right. I agree.
However, I have heard the fear of cutting departments and impacting programs and so on. That has been something that has been talked about specifically. It wasn't my phrase. I'm just simply adding that as possible.
Mm-hmm. But it's because people have spoken out. So ultimately it is retaliating against the people.
Sure, that's fine.
Yep.
No problem. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I just received a message that said, yes, I think part of the problem is that the president doesn't see us as colleagues.
Ah.
Emily, I see your hand is up. Sorry, I was looking at the Google Doc. I'm not sure how long your hand has been up. If it's been a long time, I apologize.
Okay, no, it's cool. I think that there has been some discussion in the chat about not being too detailed. I was also thinking that retaliation against colleagues implies that I don't fear retaliation myself. I fear that others are going to be, or I'm confused about what that means. I feel like retaliation against colleagues has made me more confused than it was just fear of retaliation.
Maybe we should just go back to the basic.
Okay, just go back. I just retract what I said.
I see what you mean, though.
Or could it just be fear of retaliation for speaking out?
There you go.
I think this is to the point, it's exact, it's factual.
Yeah.
Just one slight comment. This was my phrase, so I'm sort of trying to edit my own phrase. The reason I put forward before the University of West Georgia was because I had that other clause. But now that that clause has been removed, I think probably better to move the word forward at the end of the sentence.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just English. I wrote the sentence, but that was my rationale.
I think you're right, Maroons. Yep. I also think right after commitment, you need a comma.
Yeah. And moving the university
forward. After hope, you need a comma after commitment.
And moving the university forward. I like that. Yes, very good. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think after healing, there's no need for a comma there. Yeah. So delete the comma right after healing. So I think.
And we don't have a comma after commitment, right? We don't need a.
You need a comma after commitment. If there's a comma after hope, there has to be a.
Well,
so we're taking hope and indeed.
You could delete the comma after hope and commitment.
Dan,
after hope.
We're taking hope and indeed its commitment, just indeed it's out. Senate expresses its commitment to healing.
Yeah, that's probably, you could certainly do that too.
Take the.
So we're not deleting hope.
It's hope and commitment. Gotcha.
Okay.
That's good.
Because somebody had deleted that. Oh wait.
I changed that as a suggestion, but made it a suggestion instead of just a clear deletion because I didn't know what others would think. So feel free to accept or reject.
That's a good one.
And Ann Barnhart suggests using dashes instead of commas. I mean, it depends, right? It depends on what you want to emphasize. If you really want to emphasize that you're making a commitment, I think you could say it's hope dash and indeed it's commitment and dash to healing and moving the University of West Georgia forward, as Ann suggested. I mean, that is a possibility.
Yes, Dan, but again, I thought that we had deleted hope and indeed. If we are not deleting that, then we do need some more commas. I agree with that. Because then my original comma after hope and indeed its commitment, then you do need a comma. And then perhaps you need a comma after healing as well, because then in healing and moving the University of West Georgia forward. So it depends on whether the desire of the group is to retain hope and indeed it's or not.
I would say hope and commitment.
I would agree with that. Take out indeed.
Yes, expresses its hope and commitment to healing and moving the university forward.
Nadia's comment, we always want to retain hope.
It's hope and commitment. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that way we can get rid of some commas.
Exactly. And commitment to healing and moving the, exactly.
Like it.
Okay. Well, are we generally happy with this? As happy as people are going to be, I guess?
Yes.
I'm sorry to be picky on English, but it doesn't read, because you can't express your hope to healing. To healing, isn't that an awkward sentence? If you
no, the commitment to is that, so it's expresses its hope and, well, I guess I actually get your point. Yeah, expresses its hope and commitment. It might be less awkward if we just said commitment to healing.
Or you could just say hope for and commitment to.
Okay,
like
that makes sense.
Yep.
That makes sense. Comma.
Are we going back to the question of the dashes here?
Or dashes. Or after hope for, you need a dash or a comma.
Why don't we just eliminate everything and put let's become?
Oh no.
I know, I'm tired, so I get to be a little mean at this time.
Yeah, I already
Let's
broke that
come.
seal a while ago.
For and commitment to, you need either a comma or a dash after two as well.
It's
Whatever,
hopeful.
Dan, I think Dan prefers the dashes, so let's yield to the chair and put dashes after 4 and 2.
I like it.
But you need a dash after 4 as well.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Is that an M dash, a double dash?
Well, it will
Well, we'll
become
clean it
one,
up.
but it's
Okay.
put in
That's fine.
the word processing program for the
Yes.
final version.
I like it.
All right. Ready to
Okay.
vote?
I
Yeah.
guess, okay, so, yeah, I think we're ready to, I guess if there's a motion and a second, and then we can have the poll.
There's
So
a
moved.
motion to
Okay,
accept
motion
this
to
preamble.
approve, Yvonne?
Yep, I agree.
Okay. I think we have the motion in a second, and now,
However,
Awesome.
isn't the last part a little bit awkward still? Healing forward, moving forward?
moving the university.
You see,
Moving,
healing, moving, healing forward. That implies that it's also healing forward.
and moving. I think it's okay. I think,
Okay. All right.
All right. I'm launching the poll. I'm doing it. I don't know if we still have quorum. Oh, we're getting
good
there.
question. We've had a lot of people. Well, we have 44 participants, but they're not all senators.
Yeah,
It might be hard to. I mean, I guess if there's a substantial question, we could look.
we're almost there. We're almost there. Just need 4 more. Three more. So close. So right now we have 24 in favor, but we don't have 26.
Okay.
How many senators are still on the call?
I'm pretty sure it's only Senator, well.
I know that David has left, so I know that for sure.
Shall we do a count by just saying yes in the chat box?
I guess we'll have to. It's
Yeah, senators will enter.
senators or proxies enter, yes.
They're-
Count them up. Just know you're here. Okay.
I don't think we have quorum.
Colleen, this is Rebecca. I'm going to vote yes, but my chat box is stuck on off for some reason.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
I had to close the chat and reopen it because mine did that too. Just, I think that it got tired.
Okay, so let's see, what do we have?
There.
We have 21. So we don't have a quorum.
We don't have a quorum, so we'd have to adjourn. Well, I'll tell you what.
We can
do an electronic vote.
Yeah, we can do that.
So what I would say is let's send this out to the entire Senate tonight. Just
well, they have the link. They've all received the link, so we can
Okay.
just ask them to take a look and to approve it by Saturday midnight.
that sounds good. And then that would be in time to send something out on Monday. Okay. Well, since we don't even have quorum, maybe we don't even need a motion to adjourn.
No, I don't
Thank
think
you
so.
for everyone.
Yes, we
thank you
are
to
still
everyone.
live streaming.
Might I just suggest that in the interest of balance of life-work balance, that maybe 10 o'clock on Monday would be a better.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then also, I have to get the all faculty. I need to email Suzanne Garrett, and she probably because it's 6:30, so I'm sure she won't be able to see that email that I sent her until Monday morning. So it may not be noon. So it won't be noon on Monday that we send out the poll. I still have to create the poll.
Okay.
Right. So I think then maybe even.
As long as we say 10 a.m. Monday.
I think that's reasonable, yeah. Or is 12 noon reasonable? More reasonable?
Yeah, noon could be reasonable. We could just say it goes out Monday. Because we need to, Emily and I are gonna set up the poll. She's gonna help me about the Qualtrics. And then and Heather too, thank you. So we can so we've agreed to start Monday. We could say 5 p.m. Friday, October 26th. So I think it needs to be 5 business days. So it'll be fine.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, well,
so
thank
we've
you.
had our motion and second to adjourn.
Yes, okay, well, thank you to everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it.
You both too.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you. I hope you have a good weekend.